Hello, everybody. Hello. Welcome to another one of our Whetstone Wednesdays, the only Whetstone Wednesday program where real copywriters review and offer suggestions for revision to real copy produced by real people that are subscribed to patreon.com/the copy that show. I hope you are all doing exceptionally and exceedingly well today. I am going to waste absolutely zero time because we have a lot of copy to go over today. But just to give you a quick sense here at the start of the show of how this works, we copy that are a business. As a business, it is technically illegal for any of us to just throw our own money at the business. So the business actually has to be self-sustaining, as in it needs to be able to generate revenue in order to survive. It survives thanks in part to patreon.com/the copy that show members and people who buy our courses, masterclasses, and other products that we've put together. Also, donations from viewers like you, of course. And so, in order for us to grow and produce higher production value content, as we have been doing on youtube.com/copy that in recent months, we need to be able to make more money. And so one of the things that we do to make money is we bring on people onto patreon.com/the copy that show, and we offer to critique and review their copy. So if you would like your copy critiqued on one of these Whetstone Wednesday streams, which occur 1 to 4 times a month, all you need to do is become a member of patreon.com/the copy that show, and then submit copy to our Discord channel, and do so after we make the announcement that we are going to be streaming on Wednesday. And then we will review your copy live as it is now. Now, I have been absent in recent weeks because I'm recovering from COVID, my second bout, which absolutely kicked my butt. I can personally attest that if you are a marketer who's going to be working for the people that make Paxlovid, one of the pain points is the awful, awful, awful aftertaste that those pills produce. So, without further ado, I am going to share my screen, and we are going to start at the beginning. When we reach the end, we shall stop. Now, the first thing that I want to do is go over the copy that has been submitted specifically for Copy That. Now, one of the other benefits of being a patreon.com/the copy that show member is the simple fact that we, I'll be completely honest. Copy That isn't our main moneymaker. We want the business to be self-sustaining, but this isn't making any of us any money. And so what we have sort of, I guess, been negligent about is producing copy for our own products. Kind of weird if you're a copywriting show/education service that doesn't write copy for its own products. That's neither here nor there. We figure a good mutually beneficial relationship occurs if we can get our subscribers to actually produce copy for our products, because that way we can give feedback. They get money. We will pay people for all the product page copy that we use and publish. They get feedback that they would not get from outside of a mentorship situation. We get content, as in these particular live streams, and also we end up getting copy. So everybody wins. It is an ideal capitalistic situation. And so this is an example of one of our product pages on our website, copythatshow.com. Has a little bit of copy up here. Headline, more copy down here. Largely bullets about what is actually in the thing. This is a pretty ideal format for a sort of product page that mainly features a single video or a specific masterclass. And again, none of these product pages move the needle. Like, it's a small percentage of our total revenue, and we mainly have it so that we have copy that's available when we do larger bundle sales or promotions, or conversely, just to have some pick-me-up revenue along the way. We don't really promote these very often. So this really is just a sort of proving ground for people that actually want their first chance to produce copy. If you're asking in your head, hey, how do I participate? Because several people have actually asked me that. All you need to do is just pick something and write. That's it. You don't need permission. Just start doing it. And that's true for any spec piece. A spec piece is a sample that you produce for a business that you then send to them either or put into your portfolio as a sample of what you can do. So the first product description that we were going to be looking at is the masterclass on networking. Specifically, now this one we recently separated out our masterclasses in terms of like beginner and like scalable on YouTube, and so free, and that's the stuff that basically there's some search intent behind it. And for those of you who understand what that means, is basically people are searching for those ideas. So those masterclasses, those go up for free. Stuff that has way less search intent and goes way more granular and way more in-depth than, say, free materials, that's a beginner masterclass. We typically charge $20 for that flat. All of them are available in the patreon.com/thecopythatshow subscription, however. And then we have the separate tier of advanced masterclasses where like nobody's searching for this stuff. So it makes no sense for us to publish it on YouTube. And also, like we don't want a newbie to be getting this stuff because the concepts are way too advanced. It can actually be detrimental that way. So we price that a tier above. That's the logic behind this. So this person wrote a product page description for that particular masterclass. And obviously the top matter up here is the exact same. Can everybody see, by the way, the actual description copy? Is everybody able to see the copy that I'll be reviewing? Okay, perfect. So this material seems to be the same as this material. So that's totally fine. And then there's no copy that follows. So he wrote the copy that follows. I'm just going to read. So this is what we would consider eyebrow copy. This is a headline. And then this is the beginning of the lead / the body copy of this particular product description. Okay. How did Alex go from begging copywriters for help to being the person other people are begging for help? Don't know if I love that. How to win friends and influence people is just kind of good. Okay. So let's really quickly just go over the headline. And if you've watched one of these before, you've seen a similar spiel where there are a few different tests we can do with the headline. One of them is the 4 U's. That is to assess whether the headline is urgent, unique, ultra specific, and useful. Now, how did Alex go from begging copywriters for help to being the person other people are begging for help? How does that rack up? I would say in terms of utility, not so great. So not very useful. Ultra specific. I mean, most of these words are function words. And this, I love you too. Thank you. Yes, I did go over the pieces that I'm going to review, and I am going to make sure to review every single piece of copy that was submitted and include exclusive critiques between when I posted the thing and when the stream started. So in terms of usefulness, I would say not so much. In terms of uniqueness, no. In terms of ultra specificity, there's a specific problem here that I want to identify. I've spoken before on the stream about something called preposition stacking. And preposition stacking is it's when you are trying to make your copy sound good and smart, but you end up basically subordinating a number of different clauses to the same idea to the point where it becomes confusing. Usually using what are called prepositional phrases. A preposition is like on, at, in, from, to, etc. And the purpose of a preposition is to identify, like co-locate things grammatically. So for example, the cat was on the table. So on the table describes a condition of the cat. Now, there's a problem that occurs once you start mm, adding too many of these. What if you say the cat was on the table, but beside the fan, under the ceiling, next to the door, over the railing, but dangling slightly beside the fan? Where's the cat? You see what I'm saying here? The more of these you add, the more complex and confusing it becomes. So, how did Alex go from begging copywriters for help to being the person other people are begging for help? Do you see what I'm saying? Like, this is confusing as fuck. And so that's the point that I'm trying to make. And I'm pretty sure there's somebody doing yard work out back. So forgive the sounds of that. So this fails in that regard. There has to be a simpler, more direct way of stating this. In terms of headlines, how to win friends and influence people is just kind of good. So what is this doing? Like, what is this doing? Like, logically, I can intuit that this is trying to utilize the book that is most commonly known out there in the world for networking, for like interpersonal relationships, for self-help in that particular regard, and try to sort of like touch the bishop's robes, or like ride the coattails, or some other different metaphor for basically like trying to gain credibility by associating something with that. But is this working? Is it doing that? Like, I don't even know what it's doing beyond that. It's just mentioning this and mentioning that it's kind of good. But how is that enticing? How does that make a promise to the reader? How does that illustrate something that is going to be attention grabbing? That for me, it isn't working, very simply. And so for me, I would want to see a headline, you know, probably more akin to like what this is actually about, or what the benefit really is. It's touching on that here, like the end result or the aspiration that we have for somebody who's watching a masterclass about networking. But really, what is the main benefit of networking? It's the ability to get work by simply picking up the phone. It's the ability to, look at a list of names that you have in your Rolodex. Sorry, I'm dating myself. I'm very old. And go through it and see, oh, there are 10 people that I could ask for work right now, and I know that I would be able to get work if I had the time to do it for them. And networking is how I primarily, like when I was doing freelance work, how I primarily got work. I would literally just email people that I knew and go, hey, I have an idea for a sales letter. Do you want me to write it? And 9 times out of 10, people said yes. And so that's the advantage of networking. And that is something that I would want to see reflected and explored in this particular headline. So, starting with the lead. Oh, sorry. Did you think that book was the end all be all of, in the art of charm? That's just the tip of the iceberg. Okay, so this is relying on people's having previously known about or written or read this book. Automatically, that's not going to work. If you are trying to write copy for a mass audience, I've talked before about, if you are a member of our email list, copythatshow.com, the email list, every week we've been sending out newsletters. One of the newsletters I just wrote was the most comprehensive report / how-to guide on dimensionalization that I've ever seen done. And of the 10 types of dimensionalization I identify in there, one of them is cultural references. And cultural references, I think, are by and large usually a mistake, because what is the benefit of them? People go, oh yeah, I know that. But what's the detriment? What's the possible risk? If people don't know what you're talking about, they're going to be confused. And as we all know, a confused mind does not buy. So, I would say in terms of people on the planet, the vast majority of them have not read this book. And so You can include that later as one of several examples of books to sell against alternatives. But to work that as a headline or a lead, it doesn't really function that way. We have a question. Normally, for these, if you want a question answered, you have to donate. I'll make one exception. You are new to copywriting, you finished the Copywriting 101 and now going through the guide, but I'm seeing the lives you have done on the channel. In what sequence should I watch the lives? If you want to watch our stuff live, most of them are Whetstone Wednesdays. Content. This is what the back end of YouTube looks like, by the way. Of all of these, most of these are random streams, Whetstone Wednesdays. This is a long episode about everything that we know regarding getting clients, succeeding as a copywriter in a single year. What you need to do, what that process looks like. The first half is a broad discussion. The second half is largely Q&A with Alex and me. It gets very silly. I enjoyed it very much. Once you get into this one and this one, we're actually going into like actual sales letter analysis. But if you want just a very simple, like, what should you look at first in terms of our live streams, how to succeed as a copywriter in 2023 is going to give you a ton of information. Also refer back to a number of our other videos. And then the other one, how to level up your copywriting skills in 2023. That one's extremely valuable too. We got into and started talking about and showing examples of how to make money with content writing, which is how I'm making most of my money right now. And then here we get into marketing for beginners. So those are the main 4 that you would want to actually look at beyond the actual Whetstone Wednesday stream recordings. Bold to assume copywriters read books. Yes, that's absolutely true. We are copywriters, not copy readers. Now, don't settle for just the tip when you could learn to sink the Titanic of rejection and master the dark arts of influence and persuasion in this 2+ hour masterclass with Alex Mayette, aka Sinister Al. Okay, so this is attempting a Dan Throssell-ish, Ben Settle-ish, personality-driven kind of copy. Those work in some contexts. They don't work in most. Usually, if we were like individual gurus, like that works really well. But the problem you run into with a lot of like voice-driven copy is that you tend to overuse a lot of like people confuse cliches and metaphors for a person's voice. Now, don't settle for just the tip. There's a double entendre there of tip of the iceberg and also a common sensual phrase, just the tip. So this person's playing with that there. When you could learn to sink the Titanic of rejection, again, we're punning on tip of the iceberg here. I see what this is doing rhetorically. I'm sure all of you can see what this is doing rhetorically as well. But you have to ask yourself at the end of the day, does that make you want to watch this masterclass about networking? And I would say, no, probably not. In fact, my big concern with publishing something like this is that it's too cutesy and too clever to the point where it actually distracts from the goal that we have, which is, again, to sell a masterclass about networking. So, for me, this is not working. What do you guys think? Do you think that it's brilliant and I'm just missing the radiant linguistic pyrotechnics here that are at work? Well, while I wait for those responses, I will move on. So we got a picture here. Disclaimer: Cloak and Dagger sold separately. Cute. The 11 things you need to build a solid network. A little bit better. Actually shows something from inside the product. One of the things, here. Sounds like every other guru, to be honest. And when I want to get serious about copy, I don't really want that much comedy. You'll find that copy that is very jokey on the front end, on the free side. As you get into our more serious stuff, we do have jokes peppered throughout our content, but it gets substantially more serious because we figure that once somebody has actually given us money, that's a testament to how serious they are. And we know people are serious about their money. And for me, it's a sign of disrespect to not respect that covenant, that relationship. More so, I think, than most of the other folks in the copywriting space right now. Like, if somebody gives me money, I'm like, well, shit, I owe this person. And I want to treat that very seriously. And so jokey, haha stuff on sales pages, for me, runs the risk of seeming flippant about that very serious covenant that you have with a customer. So maybe it works as a hook. No, that's the thing. Does this work as a hook? That's just the tip of the iceberg. Don't settle for just a tip when you can sink the Titanic of rejection and master the dark arts of influence and persuasion. This 2-hour plus masterclass with Alex Mayette. Like, at that point, do you feel hooked to learn more about this? I don't know. Personally, it doesn't really work for me. I think it's important when writing a piece of copy to try to match the tone of the presenter. And I think that's generally correct. For me, it's less about matching the tone of the presenter or the tone of voice of the business or the brand, and going like the tone plus like 2 notches of seriousness. And the reason for that is because when it comes to sales copy, people are very easily confused because they're in a situation that more or less they don't want to be in. Spending money is painful. And so we kind of have to acknowledge that. And I think that being flippant in copy often sort of undermines that particular goal of like trying to treat that relationship seriously. Another thing too is that, the more playful you are, the more the attention is on the rhetoric instead of what the piece is actually trying to do. And remember, every piece of copy has an objective. On that particular note, I'm reminded of a line from, I believe it was Scientific Advertising or My Life in Advertising by Claude Hopkins, who said that, people who pay money for a product, whenever we write an ad about that, we are effectively talking about somebody else's money. People take their money very seriously, and so we should too. I'm not saying the copy needs to be devoid of jokes. Copy that is obviously a very jokey, haha kind of business. But we should at the very least try to approach that, segue into that a little bit more delicately. Yeah, not hooked, mildly distracted. That's the succinct point that I'm trying to make. Yeah. At that point, I've forgotten it's even about networking. I'll do you one better. It's at that point, we haven't even introduced the fact that it's about networking. So I just came here and I thought this was a course for dating. I can give you all the dating advice you want. Be a mensch, open doors for people, pay, like do the typical masculine stuff, but like be flexible enough that you're willing to share stuff and be vulnerable and all that fun stuff. Just try to have an honest to God human communication with somebody else and you'll do fine. In that hook, we weren't presented with any proven credit yet. That's why the jokey stuff seems off at that point. Yeah, possibly. Way too cute for a product page. So, do you often find yourself unable to establish meaningful connections with the people who hold the keys to advancing your career? Then you've come to the right place. Step inside Sinister L's layer of subversion, where he'll teach you the 11 essential strategies among us. Can you? Okay. Hold on one second. There's a sound emerging from somewhere. never mind. My computer was making some sort of odd notification. It's ghosts. It's ghosts. So I want to point this out. I'm all for using ellipses to break up copy into multiple lines. There's a logical reason for that. When you are reading something online, like on a phone screen or on a computer screen, there's a difference in medium there. And you have to acknowledge that when you're reading something on a screen, you're basically looking into a light bulb, and it's uncomfortable. And so if your eye is settled on one block of text for too long, one, it starts to all blur together. It's hard to delineate the page, like, where you're supposed to be actually looking, because you're just looking into one big blurry light bulb for a while. And secondly, like, it's just exhausting. You lose momentum. And a lot of longer form copy anyway, like, you want to keep the momentum going. So that's what this person is trying to do here. But they're overusing it. They are breaking up the line to like be almost like a movie trailer. But this is going to be much stronger if it's just where he'll teach you the 11 strategies that even the most unbecoming among us can use to melt away people's reservations. That altogether would be like a 2-line sentence, and it's fine. Somebody can read that perfectly fine on a screen. And so, yeah, sounds like a mower. No, my computer was making a notification sound, and there's a mower going on in the background. Like, there's literally nothing I can do about this. I tried to record an opening skit for an upcoming Copy That Show video essay, and it was Baltimore, so there was just sirens nonstop through the entire recording. It's like, well, there's not a whole lot I can do about that. But yeah, this is too broken up. And what happens here is that now, in an attempt to gain momentum, you end up losing momentum. I think it was the composer Gustav Mahler who said that, if you find yourself boring the audience, go slower, not faster. And that's what's happening here. The copy is boring because it's just quickly trying to whip through this particular idea or section. And so I do also have questions about, like, the most unbecoming among us. Like, what is that saying? What does that mean? Like, even uggos can use this? All right, great. That seems a little out there. Like coconut oil on a moderately above room temperature countertop. Okay, here again, we're being cutesy. Why not just can use to melt away people's reservations? Like, that's just stronger left there. It's for me, it's a sign of security and confidence if a person is able to just let the strength of their lines stand for themselves. So, if you suffer from one or more of the following, you need this masterclass. Are you generally grouchy and unapproachable, tending to repel all those who come in contact with you? You'll learn how to turn on the charm so people will let their guards down at this point. So one of the things that this is doing well, and I think that people should be conscious of this when it comes to having bullets or fascinations, give an indication of either what page it is in the report or what timestamp it is. That just adds extra specificity, and it also gives people a like, oh, because a single bullet can sell an entire product. And if you do this, you basically say, oh, I just need to go there to get the thing that I want. It makes people's lives easier, and it makes for a better user experience. Do you often find yourself to be completely aloof to the interests and achievements of others? You'll learn how at least feigning interest can win their hearts and minds. So here, in order to have the sort of cutesy dynamic of like problem, phrases, question, answer with enticing thing, what's being lost here is that enticing aspect of it. Like, if you were reading this and you wanted to know, you had this problem and you wanted to know, like, what can I do about it? Well, the bullet is literally telling you what to do about it. Feign interest. And so why do you need the masterclass? Do you see what I'm going at? Like, obviously the masterclass is going to go more in depth than like how to do this and why to do this and how to do this ethically and things like that. But the copy doesn't say that. The copy just says feign interests to get over this particular problem. And so you lose any element of fascination or enticement there if you give away too much. So I would just redo these bullets, and I would want to see them redone more like this. Look at this. Minute 51. Sean's 9 different ways to write kick-ass subject lines, plus the Mad Libs approach for going from beginner level to pro subject line writer. Like, if you wanted to learn how to write better subject lines, that's a good bullet. I'm not saying it's the best bullet on the planet, but it's a good one. It's very specific. It's like, it clearly offers like concrete things that a person can do and learn. And also it offers a systematized, or rather, like, how should I say, spun version of a way for producing these that makes it seem easy. So kick ass, subjectively adds bigness. Mad Lib's approach adds proprietary, or like, the only person who has this particular method. And I go into it in that masterclass at this particular time. So it's simpler than what's going on here, but I would argue that it's better because it's more direct and it's more about getting at what people want. Yeah. It gives away the curiosity a little bit. So I would want to see these bullets revised along those lines. Plus, you'll get more than 45 minutes of bonus Q&A with Sean and Alex, where you'll get valuable tips on building relationships, adding people to your network, broadening your interests, making multimedia content, and the pros and cons of the pickup artist community. Ooh, boy. Yeah. How Sean lands gigs from his couch whenever he feels like it. No Upwork, no cold email, not even wearing pants. That's still a little cutesy for me. And also it's an Alex masterclass. And so, you got to weigh all these different things too. And so reframe that into like how to land gigs from your couch whenever you feel like it. No Upwork, period. No cold email. You don't even have to wear pants. That for me is like a little bit clearer. It's more directed. It's more you focused rather than me focused. That I think would be a better start to this particular page. So that's the advice that I have. Anybody else have any questions about this before I move on? Because I have 2 more of these, and then we're going to get into the actual other types of copy. I promise not to reiterate too much. So this is the market research sales page. In particular, that's not this product. Oh, and really quick, for this particular piece of copy, revise this and send it to me. And if it's publishable, we will pay you. And we're happy to go over and teach you as much as necessary in order for you to get this to be as good of a piece of copy as possible. One of the reasons why we do that is because a lot of people struggle to get their first gig. And again, we are trying to give people an avenue to where they can get their first dollar from copywriting and also have guidance along the way. So that's one of the reasons why we're doing this. Also because we're selfish jerks. There you go. So this product, whoever is out there mowing or weed whacking, they literally have the largest lawn on the face of the earth. They've been at it for so long. It's insane. I'm pretty sure the moment I end the stream is when they're going to stop. Okay. How to be sticky. Watch a professional copywriter's full research process. Here we go. We got the details. We got more details here. 14 hours of content. Literally, Alex he was trying to launch a business. And so he had to do his own version of research. And so he literally recorded every minute of research that he did for that particular project. All told, it took him 14 hours to do it. And then he just packaged that up and we're selling it separately. Okay, watch a 6-figure copywriter complete the most valuable process of a copywriter's job. Okay, so that's the headline. Standard test for use. Is it useful, urgent, ultra specific, or unique? And I want to put this to you guys. What do you think? Where does it rank? I know it takes time to type and to think about this kind of stuff. But I want to invite you to think about this, because this is how you, person watching, person who didn't write this, but person watching, how you're going to get better at copywriting. Look at other people's copy and go, is that working? Why is it not working? What's going on here? The 4 U's is a useful heuristic for using in this particular regard. Kind of specific, if they know it refers to research, I don't like it. I don't like it either. For me, it lacks specificity. Could I repeat the question? What do you think of this headline? Not urgent, not specific, kind of useful, not really unique. Kind of useful, or just useful. It's credible, but there's not a hook. Like, how am I going to learn from this? These are all problems with this headline. See, one of the things that I want you guys to do is to start looking at copy out there in the world. And there's tons of copy out there in the world. But if you see a billboard, if you see a commercial, start asking yourselves these questions. Like, some of the most fun I've had in my career is literally just going out for walks with other copywriters and talking about ads that we see, ads that we've seen, and talking about how, like, we would approach them completely differently, or what's working and what's not. And so watch a 6-figure copywriter complete the most valuable process of a copywriter's job. Doesn't really do it for me. Honest to God, like, I don't even know what this is trying to get me to get excited about. It doesn't feel exciting. It doesn't feel enticing. It doesn't feel like it's going to benefit me. And that's what's, the useful aspect. People said it's just useful or kind of useful. Well, here's the thing. If I'm going to watch somebody build a bridge, is that useful for me? No. If somebody shows me, like, how to unlock or discover the secrets to building bridges, okay, now we're talking. Now that feels like it's going to be useful to me if my goal is to build a bridge. But just simply passively watching somebody do it doesn't really feel useful. And so that's what I think is really missing there. And here, like the last one, I would probably focus on what the desired goal is, what the aspiration is, or really just focus on a problem clearly stated and as dramatic as humanly possible. And then that way the lead can serve as a sort of, like, problem hook, and then you're aggravating the problem and then giving the solution. So this video gives you 13 hours of boots on the ground research that you can easily replicate for your own projects. Okay. That feels misleading to me, because that's not what this video, the series of videos, is really doing. Because if I came to you, person watching, hello, I love you. If I could, I would give you a hug. I'm very sweaty right now because it's very hot in here, so I apologize preemptively. But if I were to say to you, I'm going to give you a bunch of research that you can easily replicate for your own projects, what would you think that I was selling you? You'd probably think that I was selling you, like, encyclopedias or templates, or, like, like a series of Post-it notes that, like, had all the research for a series of projects done for you. Or I'd be selling you access to ChatGPT or something like that. That's not what is going on here. That's not the benefit of, like, actually watching somebody walk step by step through a research process. One of the things that you, copywriter and marketer, need to learn along your career is the fact that a lot of what your job is actually problem solving. It's encountering issues, encountering problems, and then asking yourself the right questions to take you to the next stage or the next level. Newbie copywriters go to ChatGPT and type in a prompt and then just copy paste stuff, maybe clean it up a little bit along the way. But a real copywriter asks themselves questions like, okay, what's missing from this? Or what is the story that nobody else is telling? And that's the advantage of research. And that's really what a good copywriter can do for a business, is to ask the questions that nobody else is asking at the particular stage of your research and writing process. And so for me, this sort of misses the mark. You'll discover how market research can make the copywriting process a breeze. You'll discover valuable plugins and extensions that make research 10 times easier. How to use your competition to do your job for you. You'll discover the websites that are teeming with valuable IVOC data. Really quick, friends who have joined me for this particular adventure and journey, what might be the problem with this bullet? Imagine you've never encountered copy that before, and you read this bullet. What is your first gut reaction? I can tell you mine. Shouldn't have abbreviated it. Yeah, I would go one step further. What the fuck does IVOC mean? I don't know. That's the thing. You got to be careful. You have to be, and this is the advantage of the stages of awareness, but it goes beyond that too, with simple stuff like this, which is when you are writing to people, you can't assume that they know what you know. You have to be very careful about presenting information that they know or don't know. Yeah. It refers to people that watch and remember what IVOC is. Specifically, it's an abbrevianym that Alex came up with for his 5-hour course, that you can watch on youtube.com/copy that. IVOC stands for, I believe, indirect voice of character or indirect voice of customer. And what that means is basically that your customer, your prospects, they talk about their problems all the time. They talk about what they like about products all the time. And so, you can have direct voice of customer data. That is, you send out a survey and they respond like, hey, I liked this dog treat because it smelled okay. Versus going out onto Facebook into an actual community and seeing a bunch of people complaining about how smelly IAM's dog treats are. Well, that indirect voice of character or customer data allows you to then intuit like, oh, okay, a major pain point of this group of people in this demographic is the smelliness of the dog treat. They didn't directly tell you that it was that was a pain point, but you inferred it because they were talking about it. That's what IVOC is. So now do you see how a bullet like this kind of fails? All of these bullets so far, you'll discover an easy to follow process for ranking information. Like, guys, do you wake up in the morning, strip the sheets off your sweaty, naked body, jump out of bed, and scream to the heavens, I cannot wait to rank information? What's the benefit of that? You have to think about things from the perspective of the person you're writing to. What is the benefit that you're trying to get at? Look at what you're writing and go, why? Why is this beneficial? Why does a person want this? Why would I be talking about this? That's the problem-solving component of copy that I've been trying to talk to you about. Master the most valuable process of a copywriter's just tried. Here's the thing. Once you say the most valuable process of a copywriter's job, you go, okay, well, what is that? That's just purposeful elision, omitting stuff for the sake of omitting it. But that makes it more vague and less intriguing. There's a fine line between the two there. And part of developing as a copywriter is learning how to navigate that fine line. So these bullets, kind of mediocre. I think one of the things that needs to happen probably in the next few months is for me to sit down and record an actual how to write a good bullet masterclass, because that's something that's missing from the Copy That lineup. We have streams for free where we've reviewed bullets. We've had a number of things about how to make a good bullet. I think what I need to do is actually sit down and be like, okay, guys, For the next 2 hours, we are only going to be talking about how to write good bullets. So I don't like the repeat of easy. I don't want to sit on my ass getting paid. I want to digest the methodology of a successful copywriter. Let me do something for you that could turn your comment, your insight into good copy. This process is not about easy, period. This product is not for the people that want to sit around getting paid, period. No, comma. This product is for the serious copywriters who want to digest the methodologies and processes of truly successful copywriters, ... or something along those lines, so that they can upgrade their career and massively boost their earnings. So that's how you can take these insights, these things that you write, and then easily spin it into good copy. So that's my opinion. I remember when Alex first mentioned IVOC, I was confused, but then went further to explain it, and it made sense. Everything should be explained and not leave prospects confused. Absolutely. Again, I'm going to reiterate for you, a confused mind does not buy. So always look for those points of anything that can be confusing. Sean about to gaslight my boy into telling him, you cap and you want easy. Oh my goodness. Okay. So moving on. How valuable is the greatest archer in the world if he has no arrows? No matter how, again, you guys with the analogies, you over rely on analogy and metaphor. No matter how good someone is at something, even if they are the best, they are useless without the tools that allow them to do their job. As a copywriter, your tool is research. This is salvageable. This is decent and can be improved. For me, like if I were to rewrite this, I would move these to the bottom. I would have it be more structured like this, where you have simple headline, pattern interrupt, lead, bullets. That's it. Keep it simple so that it can be iterated later. And so I would do that structure, but I would do it more of a problem solution lead. What I mean by that is I would have the problem clearly articulated in the headline. And then what I would probably do is in the lead say, we see it all the time, ... And then like 10 screenshots of people talking about how they just don't know how to do research. Like, how do I research? What is research? Like, what do I need to do for research? And then below those screenshots, I would probably just be very direct. Like, it's often said that research is the most important part of a copywriter's job, ... But the big thing that's missing seems to be the actual processes and procedures a person needs to undertake in order to do good research. The kind of research that makes them stand out and, makes their copy unique. Things along those lines. I think we've gone from somebody with a weed whacker to now they're just grinding up whatever trees or foliage they cut down. So that would be my approach. I'm not saying it's the best approach. I'm just saying that that's probably how I would approach this particular product page. You need to know more about your topic than anyone else if you want to write the type of copy that pushes you over the 6-figure per year threshold every newbie copywriter dreams of. I want to point something out. And I'm not saying this is wrong here. I'm saying that this is a common problem among like copywriting information, and copy that is guilty of it too. The 6-figure per year threshold is a promise that, how should I say, is so massively overused and oversaturated right now. One of the reasons why, how should I say, Jesus Christ, it sounds like there's just dump trucks fighting in my behind my house. Oh my, this is supremely distracting. It's saturated. Everybody's making those promises, and everybody's making those promises because it's something that everybody like responds to, everybody's reacting to, everybody wants. they don't realize that like a 6-figure per year salary in America is like only marginally like better than average. And so like imagine like this crazy benefit that everybody was using to like sell an idea or something like that. This is going to make me rich or wealthy or things like that. But what you were selling was like marginally better than average. So is this person cutting the Amazon? Yeah, I'm pretty sure that we have like a Truckosaurus out back. I think I'm dating myself again. And so I'm not saying that this is bad here. What I'm saying is that if you want your copy to be unique, you need to look for the promises that people are making that are very like just proliferated throughout the industry, and then go, okay, how can I reapproach that? How can I reimagine that? How can I approach that from a slant? To his credit, Andrew Tate, Hustlers University, that reframing of 6 figures per year as a promise into exiting the matrix, that cultural association that everybody has that already was sort of piggybacking off of that red pill concept. Like these things have percolated far enough into the zeitgeist of a particular demographic that they can be used effectively for marketing, in my opinion. And so there, the promise is not getting rich with 6 figures. The promise is gaining freedom and also unlocking your mind. I think there is a general sense among people that the institutions we are subjected to during our childhood brainwash us. And so I think people naturally want and desire an ability to exit that. And so that's why that marketing angle works so well. And so 6-figure per year, that is just a sort of like transformation or transmogrification of something that used to be popular before, which is the concept of financial independence. Like if you look at wealth building or any money making copy that's older than 15 years old, financial independence, financial independence, financial independence. Seriously, that was the common trope that you saw in all of copy. This replaced that. So there has to be some next step that evokes or communicates the same idea or concept, but does so in a way that allows a piece of copy to stand out. I'm not saying you should do that for like some random product page that we aren't even planning on promoting very much anyway. I'm saying that these are the sorts of problems that you have to try to solve as a copywriter when you're working on a bigger or more significant project. Does that make sense? I hope that makes sense. Hopefully. All right. Research can be hard. I don't know where to start. How to find my market's deepest pains and desires. Do I have enough? You need to research, but you don't know where to start. That's the problem Alex encounters every time he takes on a new project, and you can watch him do the research for his very own e-commerce business from start to finish. This isn't a course about how to do market research. This is a professional copywriter doing real market research and allowing you to watch while he gives you tips, tricks, and advice. I like what this is doing here. One of the things that this is doing is it basically is very clearly stipulating like, this is what you are going to get. This is what you will see when you buy this particular product. I'm all for that. When you get to like the end, like the actual point where you have to like call somebody to action, that's exactly what you should be doing. So this is doing a good job here. You can learn. I think that this sentence is a little too long. It's trying to do too much. I think this would be stronger if it were chopped up into 2 sentences and then delivered back to back. You can learn how to acquire the tools you need to create the type of copy that businesses are clamoring for and will pay big money to attain. Okay, this is guilty of preposition stacking and like too many clauses stacked in a row. This can skyrocket the quality of your copy and boost your earning potential, all for the price of a pair of new shoes. Good dimensionalization there. All for the price of a pair of new shoes. So we got benefit, dimensionalization, decent structure. Totally fine to do that. Keep this in the revision. It's totally fine. So copy that has an Instagram, and I have a personal Instagram, and I also have an Instagram for my wealth building YouTube channel. So I have all those. The personal one is where I just like post pictures of my kids and me making like jokes. So this can be refined, but it's fine. This I want you to approach a little bit differently. Now, a similar course can run you upwards of $1,500, but I thought we just established that this is not a course. So don't just say shit, like you can certainly like say things, but don't ever like try to justify or price anchor by just throwing numbers out there. Here's what I mean. Whenever I did price anchoring in a financial sales letter, I would actually spell out like, for example, if you went to a hedge fund, it would cost you this much money to get these kinds of returns. I would find like the fee schedule for actual financial advisors, and I would show that. And then I would just walk down the price until I arrived at, hey, but you don't need to pay that today. And by doing that, not only was I doing price anchoring, but also I was selling against alternatives, very specific alternatives. That made the copy stronger. But you're getting the same valuable information for a fraction. A fraction of what? In just 11 easy to digest videos, you can learn everything you need to know about the research process of a high earning copywriter and learn how to use the same techniques for your own work. Again, there's stuff that's salvageable here. It gets better towards the end. I would want to see the headline, the lead, and the bullets revised. So, does that make sense? Hopefully it does. All right, we got one more of these. This one is finding the constellations. So let's actually go there. Masterclass on studying copy. Okay. This is a Rod masterclass. Love these. Okay, so one thing that I want to point out very quickly is, and we've talked about this in a previous Hey, Vsauce, Michael here. Jesus Christ. We need the music. Anywho, so here's the thing. When you have a product page, standard product page structure, usually what you see is image of the product or something related to the product, headline describing what the product is, price, and then like a little bit of teaser text. And if you go to Amazon.com and let's look up, I don't know, DSLR L bracket, just, any sort of random product. That's what you see. Image, headline, teaser about this item, and then the real copy in the product description below. Okay. It's the exact same structure here. Image, headline, what the product is, about this product, and then more of a description of what the product is, more copy. Here, every exceptional copywriter knows the invaluable practice of studying and analyzing copy. It's what all of us there's too much copy here for this to function for this particular function about this item. Just get to the point. These sections, here, I'm going to zoom in so that everybody can see. These sections of copy, especially for product pages, need to be, to quote Brooklyn Nine-Nine, tight, tight, tight. There needs to be no fat. You are literally giving information about what the product is so that people, the moment that they buy, if they don't want to read the rest of the copy, if they're already in a mindset to buy, they get all the information that they legally require in order to make an informed buying decision. I don't talk a lot about compliance on this particular show or the channel because it's one of those super boring, like granular topics that doesn't scale well on YouTube, it turns out. But one of the things that you actually do have to consider when it comes to product pages is if you are not giving enough information up front to people before you have a CTA, they can sue you, or rather complain about you to either a district attorney or to the FTC. And that really just comes down to misleading advertising. It's one of the reasons why if you read like promotions, for like long form promotions from Agora, Like if you read like a book promotion that just has all the necessary information like in the headline, you'll typically see a CTA, like, hey, you click here to put in your information. That just allows you to skip straight to the order form and skip all the copy. Well, a lot of long form copy doesn't have that. Why? Because the actual offer is pretty lengthy. And so you're legally not allowed to put a CTA earlier in that offer or earlier than that offer, because guess why? A person's not able to make an informed buying decision. So hold on. We have questions. How happen that really like the copies, but Sean is really roasting them? I'm trying not to roast anybody in particular. I'm trying to be kind and generous with everything and give people constructive criticism. Wait, you mean the company or the copywriter himself? I mean both. Both. The copywriter usually signals where a CTA is supposed to happen. Yeah, no, you can put CTAs wherever you want, so long as it follows and is after like the necessary information. Here's something that you will commonly see if you peruse as many Facebook ads as I have. You'll click a Facebook ad, you'll go to a landing page, you'll have a headline, but that first CTA is not click here to get yours now or click here to buy now. It's click here to get the details now. And what it will do is actually skip you to the offer section rather than like the actual copy in between, testimonial, social proof, yada, yada, credibility, yada, yada. And then all the CTAs that follow the offer section will be like, will skip you to the actual order form itself. And so that's one way to have multiple CTAs and have it be completely legal and compliant. It also creates a better user experience because if people are already ready to buy, that allows you to do that. But you have to actually tell people what they're buying before you give them a chance to buy. That's just how this works. Sorry, copywriters. So when it comes to this, every exceptional copywriter knows the invaluable practice of studying, analyzing copy. It's what all of us on the Copy That Show do every single day to take our own copy to the next level. However, simply swiping, what's going wrong here already? If we're talking about tight, succinct copy, what's going wrong here? Yeah, usually the CTA is always at the end. And if you're going to include more CTAs, make sure you have a reason for doing so. Like if it's a free plus shipping ebook offer and the headline is like, hey, give me your address and I'll send you a free copy of this book. All you need to do is cover the shipping. Well, that's the offer. So you can just put a CTA up there and then have more copy that follows that. There's nothing wrong with that. Wordy. Yes. And listen, you guys have listened to me. I don't have a problem with wordiness. Wordiness is kind of my jam. What I do have a problem with is vapid or hollow wordiness. Wordiness that doesn't function for the thing that it's trying to do. This is too much like, oh, I need to posture myself in order to like deliver this information. Like, no. Just start here. In this 40-minute masterclass, you'll learn how to go beyond the surface of copy and truly grasp its hidden messages, learning exactly step-by-step how to analyze any piece of copy. Boom. That's your opening. This can get cut. That's what I mean when I say kill your darlings. That's what I mean when I say like, hey, first two sentences are fat. Yeah, cut the fat. Absolutely. It's true though. I don't want to roast anybody. I mean, there's fun ribbing, but at the same time, like I don't want anybody to feel roasted. Rod lays out. I would personally, Copy That Show host, Roderick Satterwhite lays out a framework that delves into the literal, structural, and conceptual aspects of studying copy, valuable to both newbie copywriters and those with more experience under their belts. Totally fine. Deliverable: one full-length video link delivered automatically to your email. I would listen. Here we're going to get into the fuzzy nature of marketing offers. what is the material difference between me delivering a video link to you versus me delivering a video to you? Like, is that something that somebody is going to sue over? Oh, the copy promised that he'd send me a video, but all he did was send me a link to a video. No. That's where some critical thinking can come in, and just like automatically sort of like operating under the assumption that like really what you are selling is access to a piece of content. So the deliverable is just a video masterclass. That's all you need to say. And that sounds more enticing than one full-length video link delivered automatically to your email. So true. But again, I'm talking about the copy. I'm not talking about the person. I mean, I would hope not. I would hope that I'm helping everybody out. I'm sure there's one person watching this being like, this is not helpful at all. Sean, you're a piece of shit. But, you know, I can't help that person. So, headline, 10x your earning potential and secure lucrative jobs by mastering this necessary skill. All right. Okay. Here, this person is doing what I've been advising in the other pieces of copy that I've been talking about. It is offering a benefit. It's offering the natural thing that people are aspiring to, increasing their earning potential. That's usually why they want to get better at copywriting to begin with. Now, here's the problem. If I came up to you and I said to you on the street, hey, do you want to 10x your earning potential? What would your automatic sense be? Your feeling? Like, what do you feel when I say that to you? Hey, do you want to 10x your earning potential? Copy Degen says, keep walking, don't look. Yeah. Scam. Are you professional? I think it's been overused. Yeah. Listen, promises, big promises, are good so long as you can back them up. Do I feel, listen, there are a lot of copywriting gurus out there right now who are making big promises. How to go from, 0 to 100K, yada, yada, even if you're a 15-year-old, stuff like that. Copy that doesn't make those kinds of promises. We talk about increasing income. We talk about going from like $100 to $10,000, yada, yada, in revenue. One of the things that we try to do, what does that even mean? Yeah, if you 10x 0, you still end up with 0. So my thing is that this writes a check. Whenever you make a promise, you're writing a check. And anything that you're doing has to be able to cash that check. Like, you don't want to be writing a check. And obviously, if all of you Gen Zers that are watching this probably have no idea what a check even is. But if you don't have any cash in your bank and you write a check, well, guess what? That money is going to come due. And that's my big issue with big promises. That's why I always try to like carefully refine, like, hey, this is something that I did to get me to 6 figures, as opposed to this will 10x your earning potential or take you to 6 figures, things like that. So here's the thing. Rod is going to be a stranger to, like, because these are evergreen product pages, like, we can kind of assume that the people that see these are going to be somewhat familiar with the business. So there's going to be some awareness there, but we can't ever assume this kind of business or that kind of awareness. But yeah, but 10x your earning potential, like, I don't know if I could comfortably sleep at night if I were promising that to somebody, but the fulfillment was learning how to analyze copy. Like, if we had a case study or a testimonial of a person who like had been a copywriter for like 3 years and they were earning $30,000 a month, and then they started the process of just studying the copy that works, and then they had a paycheck that was $300,000, Okay. All right. Yeah. That's a 10x your earning potential. That allows you to cash the check that you've signed. I don't know anybody who's done that. It's always a combination of different stuff. And so that's the big thing that you want to think of when you want to come up with big promises. Now, here's the difference of what I'm talking about. Again, go back to this. This was written by a copywriter named Brian Halpin. Brian was one of the early supporters of Copy That. He was working at an Agora affiliate. He was one of our early mentees when we had a mentorship program that we got rid of. Look at this headline: 50% plus open rates, 35% CTRs, and thousands of dollars more in sales by modeling the best emails ever written. Holy shit. If you're a copywriter and you understand what's going on here, like, that's a promise. That's a promise, and it's also backed up by actual results that he received, that he actually experienced once I taught him how to write emails. And he knew how to write emails better. And really, all I did was just walk through carefully, like, here's how you can effectively swipe emails that have worked in the past. Yeah. Straight to the good stuff. Now, here's the thing. When you read a promise like this, and like, say you're a copywriter, and I know you're a copywriter, and we're at a conference, and I go, hey, I figured out a way to get 50% plus open rates on emails, 35% CTRs, and thousands of dollars more in sales. You as a copywriter are going to, like, your ears are going to perk up. Like, you're like, okay, there's something to that, because it's a reasonable promise. It's still crazy, but it's enticingly crazy. Compare that with this: 10x your earning potential. Earning potential is super vague. 10x, like, that's just an arbitrarily big number. Metrics that matter and believable. That's what I'm getting at. When you write promises, actually look at it and go, is this believable? Would somebody, like, actually meet my eyes on the street if I said this to them directly? If you called your grandmother and said, hey, grandma, I can 10x your earning potential, what is grandma going to say? Who are you? And get off the phone. But now, if you promise your grandmother a 50% plus open rates, she'll be happy to hear you out. Yeah, 10x your earning potential day trading crypto. Like, again, like, it's a hollow promise. It's not specific. All right. So that was a 10-minute interlude about the nature of promises in copy. Hope you all benefited from it. I'm going to roast myself now. Anyway, books, courses, and masterclasses are great resources to learn all about the theory of copywriting. But no amount of theory prepares us to truly identify and recognize the rhetoric, the stylistic choices, and the structures that are actually working in real time. That's why it's so important to study copy on a daily basis. It's okay. Hold on. My grandma would flip for 10x higher CTRs. Yeah, mine too. Absolutely. But if those titles aren't working, why do we keep seeing them time and time over? I think it's partially an echo chamber thing. Like, all you need is one person who, like, used that successfully and could actually back it up. Like, Grant Cardone has had success actually 10xing businesses. Like, he can go to a lawyer and say, hey, if we ever get sued, here's the backup. And that's your defense. Whenever you get sued, there's no such thing as, like, a get out of lawsuit free card. Like, you actually have to be able to provide backup for every single numerical and actual claim that your copy makes. Or you'll go to copy jail. That's just how this works. But usually what happens is you'll get newbies or intermediate copywriters who don't realize that, who don't know that. And so what will happen is they'll look at a thing that they know is working, that has these big promises, these cookie cutter promises, and then they'll just, like, think, like, oh, that's what I need to swipe. So yeah, that's 10x is everything, Greg Cardone. Yeah, that's exactly right. And so people see that and be like, oh, that's the secret. And they don't realize, like, well, Grant Cardone can actually back that up. He actually has a compliance team working for his business. Like, he can just be like, okay, here's where we're getting 10x from. And so most people, if you writing, you're like, okay, How do you actually 10x your earning potential? Most of you have zero experience with that. I mean, again, the joke is 10x times zero is, 10x of zero is still zero. Quick question. When I always watch your lives, I keep Google tab open because your vocab is really too high. How can I improve mine too? Just read a lot. And I do make an effort to sort of like dumb my speech down when I speak live. So maybe I really need to oversimplify. So I apologize. But yeah, the when I write, I try to write even more simply than how I speak. But if I am confusing to anybody, or if I throw out a term that nobody knows, please in the comments throw it in there. I would be happy to go back and explain it. Yeah, no one talks like that. Absolutely, nobody talks like that. When you're writing copy, you're writing to your friend. You're writing to people that you know. The problem with most newbie copy is that it sounds like copy. People don't realize that good copy is actually supposed to be very conversational. It's supposed to feel like you're hearing from somebody who cares about you. Most people don't realize that. Speaking of reading, would I recommend reading fiction for copywriters? Absolutely. Here's the thing. Unlike a business book or copywriting book, which says, hey, do these things to get these results, fiction, the benefits are more indirect. It certainly boosts your vocabulary. It certainly boosts your ability to vary and find variety in sentences, find different rhetorical approaches to different ideas. Some copy also has story structure that you can follow. I have an entire masterclass about that on patreon.com/thecopythatshow. But really what it comes down to it is I don't think I would be as good of a copywriter as I am today if I did not actually have a background in both fiction writing and finance. I actually have a master's in fine arts in fiction writing. So listen, I can't say it's going to work for you, but it worked for me. So that's it. Increase your earning potential by 100%. No, again, the problem is not the number. The problem is being able to back up the number. And two, what the fuck does earning potential mean? Talk like a human. I once said some stupid shit like, when this cost transcends the realm of financial or something. Yes. Just speak like a human person. People want to buy from people that are like them. People don't necessarily want to buy from a salesman. Yeah, next bookitis. Absolutely a problem that a lot of copywriters have. Can I clarify the different perspectives at play when working with either an established product versus a new unknown product when doing market research? Ooh, listen. Okay. I have promised myself that I would not answer unrelated questions or go off on like tangents answering questions. So I'm going to start this. I have told myself and I've told everybody else, you got to donate if you want me to go off on an unhinged, like complete, like out of pocket tangent about a topic. And so if you donate $5, I will absolutely talk about that probably for 20 minutes. Do you have a Patreon video explaining what all goes into campaign and how each part of it needs a specific style of copy? No. And the reason, listen, we have the Ultimate Guide to Marketing Strategy, and that actually goes into like the specific parts and portions of a campaign, but mostly the theory behind it, because a lot of what we are trying to do at Copy That is like, we recognize like, hey, what do most copywriting businesses sell? Templates, guidebooks, like copy paste kind of shit. And they do that because that's what people want. Yeah, listen. Ask this question at the end after I get through all of the copy, and I will definitely answer it, but only at the end and if I'm not going out of my mind tired. But when it comes to the pieces of the campaign, we are trying to teach people to fish, because I actually started surveying people because one of the things I saw a lot of copywriting businesses offering were like templates, like actual like formulas and templates. And so I started asking like every copywriter that I knew, like literally emailing them or messaging them, like, listen, at the beginning of your career, did you use a template? every single one of them has said no. If every single copywriter I know personally that has generated over $1 million in revenue, every single one of them has said, no, I've never used a template. And so for me as a business owner, I know that it's a good business decision to try to sell you guys templates. Get on Patreon, sell you a template, create products. Hey, check out this cold email template that I have that's definitely going to 10x your earning potential. Little joke. But I don't want to do that because I cannot authentically and honestly say that I know a single person that has benefited from templates. So I'm not going to fucking sell it. So that transcends into the campaign components too. Because once I say like, hey, this is a campaign, it's going to need like a thank you or confirm email. And this is what a confirm email sounds like, looks like. Well, the moment I do that, then everybody who watches that product is going to be like, okay, so this is what a thank you email needs to look like. Well, that's doing you a disservice because it's not actually teaching you how to think critically. Like, okay, these are the actual components that are necessary. This is how to articulate things. This is the general nebulous thing that is necessary. So we'll eventually have something like this, but I want to make sure that anything that we make is going to teach you how to think, not just give you like easy things to do that ultimately are not going to generate the results that you want. So oh yeah. Brian's really cool. Really good dude. I have nothing but positive things to say about Brian Halpin. So moving on with copy. No amount of theory prepares us to truly identify and recognize the rhetoric. That's why it's so important to study copy on a daily basis. It's like the difference between reading a book about basketball and actually going out to watch a game live. When reading the basketball book, you learn the rules and strategies of the game, but okay. Here's the problem with this copy. There's two things going on here that's problematic. It's not exciting. And if it's not exciting, it's boring. It feels like the copy is talking at me. It feels like I'm getting a treatise or an essay on the importance and the various necessities involved in learning how to analyze copy. Copy doesn't sound like an essay. Copy shouldn't sound like an essay. And so this it feels very sterile. It's not emotional. And so the lack of excitement is making this difficult to read. And so that is something that I would definitely advise revising. The problem is that so many copywriters, especially newbies, don't understand that studying copy is so much more than reading dry words on a paper. I'm going to rewrite that sentence so it sounds more like copy. Do you want to know the real problem most newbie copywriters have? Question mark, space, space. They just don't know how to read copy, period. Space, space. They think they understand it, period. They think they understand how copywriting works, period. But in all likelihood, they've never actually sat down and thought about the process of reading copy as well as writing it. There you go. That's a little bit more enticing. There's certainly stuff that you could do to improve that, certainly stuff that you can do to boost the engagement or excitingness of it. But what did I do there? I focused on like aspirational language. Broke things up into rhetorical questions, question and answer. Don't overuse that, but question and answer formations rhetorically build more interest, because once you ask a question, a person naturally wants to answer, because when you write something, your copy becomes the voice in their head. So you can have a lot of fun with that. So yeah, trying to over explain metaphor, it's definitely a problem. And again, listen, I don't have a problem with metaphor, but I also think that new copywriters, especially people that get into copywriting, they tend to come from an English or like, hey, people have always praised my writing background. Um, but the problem with those people is that they confuse good writing with flowery writing. And by flowery, I mean like full of rhetorical tropes, full of like, pyrotechnics and all sorts of different things that are going on that ultimately draw attention to the writing rather than the product or the emotions that are trying to be sold or the ideas that are being discussed. And I think that's a problem. I think, again, Claude Hopkins talks about in My Life in Advertising or Scientific Advertising, something along the lines of like, copywriters should avoid rhetorical tropes or tricks whenever possible because people are naturally distrusting of rhetorical tricks. Metaphors are a rhetorical trick. Now, listen, I don't necessarily agree with Claude Hopkins there. I think that metaphors are fine, but it's like one of many arrows that you should have in your quiver. And I definitely see in newbie and intermediate copywriting too much over reliance on metaphor to do work that more direct, more compelling speech otherwise could. Does that make sense? I hope it does. There are hidden sales messages tucked away like secret treasures that only the best are able to pick up on. Lucky for you, Rod will take you through 3 levels of analysis required to uncover these hidden messages refined by years of experience. Simply put, if you've been looking at copy and going, what the heck? What do I even look for? We got you covered. I feel like starting here, this is probably a better place to start. What is the problem that people have? The problem that people have is that they're trying to learn from copywriting, but oftentimes they don't see what's going on behind the curtain. They don't understand that there's a wizard behind the veil that's sort of like controlling everything. And so what you want to do as a copywriter is you want to sort of like get a glimpse over the wizard's shoulder and see, I'm speaking metaphor, by the way, see what the wizard is actually controlling, what the levers he's pulling rhetorically to actually generate a result. Now, here's the thing. That's the problem, is that most people just don't know how to do that. They don't know how to read copy critically. They aren't familiar with even what levers one can pull. And so that's the advantage of like learning how to study copy and like what to look for. Because once you have the general pockets of like where to look, well, then you can start being like, okay, when I look at this from this perspective, I see that the copy is doing this. And then you look at another piece of copy and you notice it either the same thing or the thing being done in a different way. You're like, oh, okay. Well, something has just been added to my menu as a copywriter of things that I can pull from, things that I can order when I sit down at a blank page and try to actually write out copy. That's the benefit and the advantage of actually reading a lot of copy. It expands the menu of available options that you can pull from when you sit down to write. So that is, I think, the big thing that you want to articulate, the core emotion, like why people would want to buy a masterclass on analyzing copy. You have to articulate like, okay, that's what people get. That's what people need in order to improve. That's the problem that people face. And just understanding copywriter psychology and like talking to other copywriters and finding out like, yes, this is a problem that people have. That's going to take you a very long way. So that, I think, would be a better start to this. Here we have the sort of bullets that I've been advising people to do. How remixing other pieces of copy generated this ad $2 billion in sales. It's ungrammatical, and how you can do it too. Learn how to stop wasting your time and actually find the right type of copy to study. Not bad, not great. The number one tip Rod always gives complete beginners when studying copy. The problem with bullets like this is that they're a little sterile. Again, they fall into the camp of like they sound a little bit like copy. Now, what if this bullet said something along the lines of the number one tip Rod always gives to how about this? No, even better. The number one quote highlighting tip Rod always gives to complete beginners when studying copy. Parentheses, do this one thing, and you are going to massively kick up your ability to learn from the copy that you're reading. End parentheses. Transform is also a very good verb. And so what did I do there? Rather than number one tip, I made the tip ultra specific. It is a specific kind of tip. Also, I added a parentheses that emphasized the actual benefit, the usefulness of this. Number one tip Rod always gives to complete beginners when studying copy. Not immediately useful to me. That parentheses adds usefulness. I'm trying to give you guys a sense of how you can rewrite your bullets, how you can look at a piece of copy and go like, okay, what do I need to add? Ultra specificity and usefulness just got added to that bullet. That's how you kick things up. And when you look at things through that heuristic of the 4 U's, it really helps you improve your copy immediately, because when you see, oh, this is missing, well, here's what I can add to the bullet to make it better. I have some questions. Where can we find good copy to read and avoid accidentally studying bad copy? We get this question a lot. For a beginner, it's like being a beginner at the gym, where it doesn't really much matter what you do at the gym, because you're going to get newbie gains. Like, you're going to put on so much muscle early on in your gym career that, like, you don't need to worry that much about technique or precision or undulating or periodization or whatever the fuck. Like, it doesn't much matter. Go to an ad, click the ad, read it, try to digest it. After a couple of weeks of that, of like being like, okay, this is what's out there, then you start to go, okay, well, now I want to start actually like studying and analyzing copy that's good, copy that's working. There are a couple of signs that copy is working. One, you see it everywhere repeatedly. Now, ads cost money. In order for me to show you something via a PPC ad, I need to spend money. Businesses don't like losing money, so they're not going to pay to show you an ad again and again and again if it's not generating more money than they are putting out. And that could be immediately or down the line. So if you see an ad repeatedly, like just over and over and over again, and it keeps taking you to the same landing page, that's a pretty good indication that that piece of copy is working. And I'll give you an example. I'm a member of dozens of email lists. I get emails that lead to promotions and pieces of copy that have been running for 3 years. That tells me that that's a pretty good piece of copy, especially in this attention bereft age that we live in. Another one too is to just sort of like assume, like find the handful of businesses that generally produce good copy, because like if they have a high win rate, if they're a pretty prevalent, pretty prominent company, chances are that they are going to have more and more and more gatekeepers between the copywriter and actual publication. Typically that results in like a lot of bad copy getting filtered out along the way. So that's the advice that I have for you. And you would want to look at those businesses, because even the copy that doesn't work super great is still going to be better than 90% of the copy out there in the world. So that's the advice that I have for you. What's working? What was used a lot? And what's in the news? Is that what you meant, Sean? I'm not sure what you mean. You put emotion in the outcome I could see myself achieving after doing X or Y thing. Yeah, absolutely. You got to build a swipe file. How does one build a swipe file? Use the tips and advice that I just gave. Sean could be up like $40 at the point. Yeah, if I actually were sticking to my rule of only answering questions if people paid. All right. Level 1 copy breakdown. Rod reveals the first 6 questions you must ask yourself when reading copy. Bonus tip for sales letters. A little known trick to make studying sales letters 10 times easier in today's world. I want to tell you guys a story. People have criticized me about telling stories on streams before, but I prefer to tell stories and parables because I think that for an educated and enlightened mind is more valuable than me just simply telling you how to think. I'm going to give you a story because I think it teaches something about benefits and like how to justify numbers. And this comes from a copywriter, a prominent copywriter. I shouldn't name him, but he was writing a book promotion for the Bill Bonner, one of the founders of Agora. And in the copy, the book promotion had a bullet, and Bill Bonner, when reviewing the copy, added a bullet along the lines of, how to double your productivity. Turn to page 37. And the copywriter was like, well, I read the book. There's nothing on page 37 that allows one to double their productivity. And Bill Bonner basically said, well, then just go into the book and add a paragraph about making sure to turn off the television, and add, studies find that people are twice as productive when they don't have a television on in the background. There you go. That's how you justify a bullet. Now, here's the thing. That bullet had to be justified. How do you prove that something is 10 times easier? This goes back to my issue with the headline. Where does the 10x come from? How do you justify the 10x? I don't know. That's the sort of error that I think a lot of newbie copywriters make. They just pull numbers out of the ether, when it's much more compelling if you can say, like, do copywriters make studying sales letters 10 times easier? How about, how to shave 50% off the time it takes to study a sales letter? That makes it twice as fast. Hey, I just did a dimensionalization. There you go. This is bad bullet. You don't need to include stuff like this. Rod decodes one of his rivals' emails and shows them how you can do the same. Again, these bullets are fine. I can tell that they, at the very least, are responding to the Screaming Eagle templates. And if you don't know what I mean, check out one of our previous videos. But they just need to be punched up. And the way to punch them up is to look at each one of them from the perspective of the 4 U's and be like, okay, what is the U that's really missing here? And that's what I want to see happen to this. Okay. I think that's good enough for this particular one. Anybody have any questions? Those are all product page pieces of copy. Any person that's watching this now or in the future can write for us and have their copy critiqued. And also, we will pay you when we publish it. We just want to make sure that it's good. There you go. Okay. Now, Evan has produced a relead. I am going to briefly explain what a relead is. Okay. So say you have a piece of copy, and it's a long form sales letter, and it's about a particular idea. If you have a lead, that typically is the hook, the angle, the thing that makes you want to keep reading the rest of a promotion. Now, that's good and well. But ultimately, one of the things that you can do to keep a promo fresh is just change the headline, change the lead. And that usually means like lopping off the first like 500 to 2,000 words and then writing something else that is basically about the same idea. I'll give you a very specific example. I had a lead for a promotion that I wrote called the 7-Day Stock Market Glitch, where I described basically the tendency in Wall Street algorithms to pile onto each other during a sell-off and keep selling and selling and selling. And I saw a meme, and the text above it was something along the lines of like, picture of Wall Street algorithms crying during the recent bear market, or something along those lines. And then it showed just a server bank, or it was like Wall Street traders crying over the server bank. And then it showed the server bank. And so what I did was, rather than like describe like the problem directly, what I did was, have James Altucher, the guru, talking about how basically Wall Street was playing one big joke on people's retirement funds, because these algorithmic traders, like, it's been shown that they actually do shave away billions upon billions of dollars of potential gains that people can get, because a lot of these computers are front running people's trades. So basically, I had the whole lead be, talking about how Wall Street was just playing a sick joke on retirees. And then I transitioned from that into a broader discussion about, like, algorithms, how they worked, et cetera, the big problem that they are causing. And then transition from that into actual proof. Like, here's like clear evidence of an algorithm driving the price down of this. Buy when it happens, so your profits happen. So that's an example of a relead. So what Evan has done here is write a relead for a promotion that I don't know if I've seen, but Rogue Economics is the business, End of the Dollar is the promotion. Evan, next time, do please provide a link to the original promotion that you're writing relead for. I think dump trucks are fighting behind my house again. Baltimore. Great. Investigative journalist, famous for exposing the connections between America's most corrupt officials and the Federal Reserve, reveals. I would find a way to tighten that up. This is called eyebrow copy. So for a headline complex, eyebrow, headline, deck copy. Okay. Typically what happens is this is either a context giver or a teaser, something to entice a little bit, just to either provide context for or even grammatical support for what the actual headline is. The artificial crisis that could end the dollar. I would say that this can be tightened up and this can be improved. But how could it be improved? If we're looking at this headline complex from the for use perspective, okay, usefulness. It's a final puzzle piece that must be in place before the Fed and White House can flip the switch on the digital dollar and eliminate cash. Okay. What's the benefit of that? What's the usefulness of that? I want to, in a different window, find an example of a Nomi Prince promo. Okay, that's not working. I wonder if I have it in this folder. Just imagine you could be working right now in my office and you just have the mellifluous sound of garbage being ground up in the background. Get the first responder at ADB. Okay, boom. Let's actually look at this. So I'm going to switch really quick to a different screen. Okay. This was a control for a little bit. We got PhD economist who directed the elite team at Goldman Sachs reveals the truth nobody is telling about the US economy. Today, I'm revealing a surprising truth nobody in the mainstream media will admit to. America's economy will never return to normal. Here's why. Now, what is the difference between that headline and the other headline? I'm going to show it again. I think the big difference between those two is that there's nascent interest, that is built-in pre-existing interest in whether or not the economy is going to recover from COVID, and also pre-existing notions about like the problems that are having right there. Now, there are things that you're playing around with here that I think are related to that. Like the end of the dollar, most conservatives already assume that that's a notion that's going to happen. The goal to like digitize the dollar and eliminate cash, that's already happening. Like a lot of people are worried about that. That's a concern. But where is the implied benefit there? I think that's missing. And also, like, if this is a story that everybody else is telling and you're just reiterating the same problem that everybody else is talking about, I don't know what this is doing that would engage interest. Like, how do you avoid that problem of like people seeing this and being like, oh, I've seen this before, and then dismissing it? That's what this is running into for me. And I think that framing this a little bit different is going to be your saving grace when it comes to this headline complex. And I'll give you a very specific example. There's a headline right now that it's like, you know, Joe Biden's plan to replace the US dollar with a trackable spyware version. Like, holy fucking shit. That's just crazy. That is a crazy headline. But it's talking about the exact same thing that you're talking about. You know, they're talking about digitizing the currency. And so that person, whoever wrote that headline, was thinking laterally, replacing the dollar with a trackable, spyware version. Like, holy shit. That's some lateral thinking, because effectively that is what are the implications of the end of the dollar? What does the end of the dollar actually mean? What is going to happen if the dollar ends? What is either the benefit or the thing that I am fearing, the problem that I'm fearing in that headline? It's not just the end of the dollar, it's the effects that the end of the dollar are going to have. Lack of privacy, lack of, freedom, lack of, ability to do things without government control, et cetera, et cetera. So that's what I would recommend here. Trying to approach this idea laterally so that you're not saying the same things as everybody else. Does that make sense, Evan? Okay. So everyone has to do this to not get fucked. Yeah, I would agree. Have a good night. Thank you. Take care. Let's move on to the lead. The latest manufactured public health crisis is trending all over the news and social media channels. What is Disease X? COVID experts warn it could cause deadlier pandemic. It's been listed as a priority threat by the World Health Organization. You're relying on people. You're doing what's sort of like bouncing like back and forth between, like, you're having this sort of conversational interplay between your copy and like the proof of what you're trying to say. But here's the thing. Nobody actually wants to read this. And what you're doing is trying to draw out inference, that is a connection between what you're saying and what people are seeing in these images. And news outlets are reporting vaccines could be ready to deploy in as little as 100 days, despite the fact that there is no disease X. So, like, for example, I don't think you need all this backup. You just need, like, a very clear, like, the CDC is already ramping up for its next assault on the American economy. Think I'm joking? Just take a look at this and then show the headline, what is disease X? COVID experts warn it could cause deadlier pandemic. And then you go into a discussion about how a vaccine is already prepared for this virus that doesn't yet exist. Doesn't that make you suspicious? Doesn't that make you think like the response to the coronavirus pandemic was all an inside job? That's compliant, by the way, because it's not actually saying that the response to the pandemic was an inside job. That says, doesn't it make you think that the pandemic was an inside job? Again, the truthfulness of a statement has everything to do with the framing of a statement. And there's a very big difference between trying to say, this will make you rich, versus it seems to me like this is the best way to get rich. One is a statement of fact. The other is a statement of a person's perception. And so you can certainly play around with that here. I think that this pattern interrupt would automatically benefit from, how should I say, just being more like direct and going straight for the throat. Being like, you're being playful here and trying to like tease out and infer, but this is a lead for a sales letter. You have like a matter of seconds to get a person's attention. So go for the throat. That's right. As we speak, vaccines are under development for a disease that doesn't even exist. It's an as obvious an artificial crisis. Care about talking about those topics on YouTube? What do you mean? As we speak, vaccines are under development for a disease that doesn't exist. It's an obvious and artificial crisis as anything we've ever seen. Yeah, their legal is going to be like, again, making a statement about a fact as opposed to, a statement of perception. Now, I'm not a virologist, but it seems to me like we should automatically be suspicious. And so on. But real or not, the powerful elites that run the economy are poised to take advantage of Disease X to further their own plans. This is HR 3832, a bill that is moving through Congress. That's the Department of Health form cooperative agreements in response to Disease X. I actually think this is a stronger start. That's a stronger pattern interrupt. Dear reader, have you seen the new law that's making its way through Congress? If you actually take a look at the actual text of HR 3832, you'll find that it, and then problem 1, problem 2, problem 3, problem 4. There's a famous Jim Rickards promo that basically had that same structure, and that would definitely work well. Partnerships like the one between ID 2020 and the Gates Foundation. This international group of leads is set on creating a global standard of digital IDs. The digital IDs would contain a person's licenses, debit and credit cards, even medical records, essentially whole life reduced to a file in an easily searchable registry. I feel like you are jumping to a different idea. Now, that's a complex topic because obviously you are making this larger argument about the government doing what it can to seize control, as has happened in the past. That's not a Republican or right-wing thing. That's just a statement of fact. Now, where this runs into issues is we're talking about Disease X and a law, but we're jumping from like Disease X being a disease that doesn't exist. Now we're talking about a law. Now we're talking about like real IDs attached, to our fingers and stuff like that. Digital IDs attached to vaccines. Essentially a whole life reduced to a file in an easily searchable registry. I feel like you have 3 ideas here, back to back to back. And I think that this would be stronger if you just focused on one, because you're going to have more time later on to bring in more evidence of the government trying to seize control in our daily lives. Now, what I want to encourage you to think about is like, okay, which of these 3 things is the most different, is going to be the most enticing to a reader? I know Nomi in that I have worked in her nebula before. One of the things that I think she is going to be more comfortable promoting under her name is something related to digital IDs and the problems related to like stable coins and like the government, banks basically being able to collude over the information they now have easy access to. That's going to be a problem that I think Nomi cares about. I know Nomi well enough to know that I don't think she would sign off on any COVID conspiracy stuff. I could be wrong. I could very much be wrong, but that's something that you would want to consider. Today, investigative journalist Nomi Prince, famous for predicting the 2008 fight, exposing nefarious connections between our nations. Presidents of the Federal Reserve will reveal the true danger of these digital IDs represent to every American with any money in the bank, a danger that goes far beyond personal privacy. According to Prince's research, a small group of financial elites is set to enact the biggest overhaul to our economy since 1971. This copy is pretty good. I don't want you to get that impression. What you're writing here is good. It's evocative financial copy. But right now you need to focus on the actual problems that are being caused by a single thing. I would probably focus on the digital IDs component, if it were me. Personal privacy, according to Prince's research, banking giants, JP Morgan, Chase Group, and Wells Fargo have already begun to implement it. As Dr. Prince will explain, they don't have any choice in the matter. Now, another issue that this runs into is that any sort of financial lead, you need to have a benefit pretty close to the beginning. And that either needs to be a positive benefit, as in you do this, you get this result, or an indirect or negative benefit, which is, this big thing is going to happen. If you don't take the steps to protect yourself, you are going to be harmed or miss out on the potential chance to get a bunch of opportunities. Definitely think digital IDs is the strongest idea. Arrived there through disease X and had trouble letting the idea go. Yeah. Again, listen, I've been a writer for 25 years. I understand the pain that comes with killing your darlings, but sometimes your great ideas need to be cut so that amazing ideas can flourish. It's like a garden. So, technology has been tested by major retailers, including Starbucks, McDonald's, and Whole Foods. And Microsoft and Visa have unveiled. One thing that you have to consider, one thing that you might consider, is actually veiling the notion of digital IDs and creating some sort of transubstantiation for them. Kind of like how Biden bucks, trackable spyware version of the US dollar is the sort of transubstantiation, or the metaphor, the governing metaphor for CBDCs or central bank digital currencies. If you just come out and say oh, the government's going to make you use digital IDs, everybody's going to be like, so? And so what you want to do there is you want to spell out rather, a problem, a new technological phenomenon called ID 2020, and people can probably infer what the ID 2020 is, but you leave out enough information to keep them reading. And you mentioned the fact that big tech, like Amazon or, even major retailers are using this to track what people are spending their money on, things like that. And so what that does is it allows you to be more evocative and build up fascination and tension and mystery in the beginning a little bit more, while also being very specific about the actual problems that this is going to cause. So rather than focusing on the tech, the focus is instead on what the tech is going to do to you if this gets out of hand. So that's what I would advise there. In today's interview, Noe Prince is going to explain exactly what the elite's plan is. The final piece of the puzzle has been released because you are at risk. By the end of the conversation, she'll exactly. I would break up this paragraph. Growing your savings with a simple action plan that keeps your money outside the reach of Washington and global elites. Not a bad promise. Most people think inflation, war, and a currency collapse are the biggest risks to our financial system, but sadly, those problems don't even begin to explain what is about to happen in the months ahead. If you got any money in the U.S. bank account, retirement plan, or if you've collected fixed income from the government, please pay close attention because you are at risk. The entire financial system is on the verge of a shock unlike anything we've seen in decades. Those who take critical steps today to protect their wealth will survive and potentially even thrive. Those who don't could be derailed. You need a better transition there into a specific subhead, but otherwise, I think what you're doing here is strong. It just needs to be refined. Put this through the sieve. Really focus on just the details that are going to keep hook a reader and keep them reading. Hook a reader and keep them reading. and cut out everything else, including the specific information. There's nothing wrong with omitting information that you are going to discuss later on, or that does get discussed later on. And if this, let me see if in this promo she actually does talk about this. All right, I have to change screen share, Chrome tab, Rogue Economics, share tab audio.
Elite's plan would have been unthinkable. An overhaul to the dollar so transformative, so earth-shattering, many thought it could never happen. But today it appears to be.
So one of the things to notice about this particular headline is that it's clearly based on the other headline that I showed you earlier, the truth that nobody is talking about vis-a-vis this particular idea. That's a variant on a headline that worked for a long time, but became sort of like stale, which is like, revealing the lies that are being told by people. Well, if you say that people are lying, it becomes a little bit of a legal issue. But if you say that you're going to reveal the truth, well, guess what? That implies automatically that other people are lying and that other people are not telling you the truth. Here, I'm actually going to give you the truth. And Evan says digital IDs are in the promo.
A done deal.
There's
a
nothing
dangerous
wrong
plan
with
is being rolled out across America.
Read the transcript. Okay. Yeah, look at this. So look at how this pattern interrupt works. 3 years ago, the elite's plan would have been unthinkable. That's so good. Like, oh, God. We were talking earlier about the product descriptions of like cutting the fact and like having vapid copy at the beginning. Like, is there any vapidity at the beginning of this? No. 3 years ago, the elite's plan would have been unthinkable. Holy shit, we are thrust right in the middle of the action. Like, this isn't even a story, and I'm already like, oh God, edge of my seat. That's so good. An overhaul to the dollar so transformative, so earth-shattering, many thought it could never happen, but today it appears to be a done deal. Holy shit. A dangerous plan is being rolled out across America, originally found on page 314 of a document from the desk of the former Speaker of the House, Nancy Pelosi. Oh, shit. Like, every single line gets better and better and better. And I'm like, what? What's going on? Holy crap. I'm immediately enticed. I'm immediately, like, sucked in. Do you guys, like, realize, like, or see the difference between, like, me when I'm reading, like, really good copy versus reading copy that isn't so great? Like, I'm like, oh my God. It's so fun and it's so evocative and interesting and engaging. And so that's what I'm trying to encourage you guys to think like and to write like. Like, really, really ramp up from the like moment one, like the interest, the intrigue, like what's going on. Here, the lead's plan would have been unthinkable. It's a little vague, but in the second sentence, we immediately cash the check that was signed in the first sentence. An overhaul to the dollar, so transformative, so earth-shattering. Many thought it could never happen, but today it appears to be a done deal. We haven't described what the overhaul of the dollar is. We haven't described or explained like what that change is, but we know that it's a big deal. And because this copy is well gradualized, it works. A dangerous plan is being rolled out across America. And look at how short and punchy these sentences are. They're not confusing. They're very emotional. A dangerous plan. Come on. It's so good. Originally found on this page, very specific, very believable details, and then it shows the detail. Whenever you encounter a situation where you're saying something that could be dismissed as like crackpot or kind of a conspiracy, that's when you show an image. That's when you'd be like, don't believe me? Look for yourself. That's the whole point of showing these images and having these kinds of pattern interrupts. A scheme, guess what? The word scheme is such a good use of language. A scheme to enact enormous change to the appearance and value of our money, a complete and total overhaul of our financial system. Even without this writer being like, the global elites are bad. The people that are doing this are bad and evil. And like, it's going to be a horrible thing. the language itself reveals how a person is supposed to interpret this and how they're supposed to emotionally react to this copy. A dangerous plan, an overhaul so transformative and earth-shattering, many thought it couldn't happen, but today appears to be a done deal. Ah, so good. A scheme, enormous change. Powerful copy. It's good stuff. Now, what I would encourage you to do, Evan, is here's what I would probably do if I were learning from scratch. All right. Hold on. We need to... StreamYard is, how should I say, a little annoying. I want you to get the beats of this promo in your brain. And Evan, I know you have a music background, so I know you understand what that feels like. How does the original promo start? 3 years ago, the Elite's plan would have been unthinkable. Okay. You start 3 years ago. Nobody knew, what would happen to their personal information. And then, go from there line by line. Right now we're seeing a transformation to the way, our public and private lives are interpreted and seen by others. And just go down that rabbit hole of like following beat by beat, like, okay, what's happening here in the original? Where can I mimic or diverge from that original structure? Beat, 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 beat. And once you have that sort of mapped out with a more refined idea, specifically something evocative about the ID 2020 program, it's at that point that you go back and then you start to change the sentences that you swiped and revise them so that they flow a little bit better or are more evocative and slightly different from the original source material. So that's a way to do this. Another way to do that is just like, focus on like a different kind of pattern interrupt. Like rather than the HR 3832, focus instead on like something related to ID 2020. And I think you have something here, but I would find a more specific like thing that you can display to back up the pattern interrupt that you want to make with this. Does that help? Does that give you more clarification? We talked about several things, like how to revamp the headline, like how to reapproach the lead, how to do things like that. So hopefully that helps. Good. Wonderful. Wunderbar, as they say. All right. We're going to Warren's page. Let's share this tab. Okay, here's what Warren says. This landing page is not converting. I'd like to hear your thoughts on why not and how you'd improve it. Okay. Shift your life. Finally end self-sabotage for good. Master the 12 guided steps to ending self-sabotage in this groundbreaking course. Let the shift doctors take you through a guided 12-step journey to shift your life following their unique combination of modern science and ancient wisdom. How many of you out there are self-sabotagers? All 15. We've halved the number of people that are watching as we've progressed. But how many of you are guilty of self-sabotage? Nobody answer all at once. My immediate reaction to this headline is, if you're a self-sabotager, do you realize it? Is that a problem that you recognize in yourself? Or is the problem something else? Is self-sabotage the root problem, but what you see are symptoms, branches? All of us, probably. Yeah, I would probably say so. I've definitely been guilty of it. Do I want to admit that to myself? Probably not. because the moment you start with, hey, you are the one that's responsible for all your own problems, fucking stop it. You've instantly lost people. The moment I say, well, your copy sucks because you're a shitty person, stop being such a shitty person and your copy is going to get better. Well, nobody is going to respond to that. Nobody's going to. Yeah, 2 viewers just dropped off the moment I said that. It's and so the moment that you start blaming people for the problems that they encounter in their lives, you run into 2 problems. 1, sometimes people don't realize they have that problem. And 2, like, nobody wants to feel like they're the one responsible for their problems. So that's something that you got to contend with immediately from this headline complex. Like, listen, there's no way to ever know why a piece of copy works and why it doesn't. We can't. It's impossible to know. We can only look at results and be like, well, the copy is doing this and it seems to be doing well, so I guess so. But right now, the prompt is, this page is not working. And from the headline, the first thing the headline screams to me is, hey, stop being a person that is the problem. And I go, oh, yeah, here, therapist, have you tried bucking up? Don't make me laugh. I'm recovering from COVID. Yeah, it's not just a matter of like writing for the wrong awareness level or writing for the wrong audience. It's nobody wants to feel responsible for their problems. That's an issue. So one of the things that you want to do in this headline is sort of like absolve people. Like say like, listen, this stuff is not your fault. Like this comes from somewhere. And guess what? The copy might later on say that, but you want to make sure that whatever your solution is, whatever problem you're trying to articulate and then aggravate in a piece of copy, you generally want to make sure that you are not blaming people for their problems, even if they are, in fact, the cause of their problems. So that is my immediate gut reaction to that headline. We'll just look at 2 or maybe 3 other sections and then sort of like, move on from here. If you have struggled with the same problems in your life for longer than you care to admit, here's the honest truth. You're not getting to the root of the problem. You are not getting to the root of the problem. And if this says end self-sabotage, yeah, this copy is literally saying, hey, guess what? You're the problem. You're the one that needs fixing. Oh my God. What the hell? No, don't do that. Not in your copy. If you are a woman over 30, you know the struggle, feeling like you take care of others all day and never taking enough time for yourself, struggling to maintain friendships and peace in your family, working on your relationship with your spouse and your children, juggling career and family duties, or struggling with money, searching for your true calling in this life and wondering when you'll discover it. It feels so. This is a problem solution lead. This is all presenting a problem, then aggravating the problem, designing like it's meant to make people feel bad or feel the lack that they have so that people understand that their problem is something that actually needs to be solved and now. Searching for your true love calling in this life. It feels like you never have enough time to work on these issues, and no matter what you try, you never seem to get any better. What's the real problem? When you dig deep, you'll probably admit to feeling like a victim. Why? Because you've been unable to make meaningful changes despite your best efforts at meditation, yoga, or therapy. And if you're brutally honest, you don't actually believe you can solve the problem on your own. Lurking below the surface of these issues is the hardest to get rid of, most destructive force of all, self-sabotage. Yeah. Listen, gun to my head, if I had to say, here's the reason why this page is not working. It's because it blames a person for their problems. Like, even when a person is self-aware, I'm like, yeah, I am the reason why I'm not succeeding in life. The moment you say, yeah, you do suck, you are the reason why you're not succeeding in life. Is a person motivated to buy something after that? Fuck no. Like, good God. No, they just feel sad. And so self-sabotage makes us feel like Listen, lurking below the surface of these issues is the hardest to get rid of, most destructive force of all, self-sabotage. Self-sabotage makes us feel like we are unlovable. It's the reason we create the same unwanted scenarios over and over again. It keeps us powerless to change our thoughts and actions. The copy is trying to soften this by changing this to what's called a second person, like plural. So first person plural. Like we are, our issue, our problems, etc. This is designed to soften the effect of being like, you are the problem. No, this copy is the problem with this copy is that it basically is saying like, hey, you suck. and so I don't really need to read much beyond that to realize like that's, if I had to pin down a single thing, that's probably why. Like psychology, this is not saying what needs to be said to encourage people to start correcting these behaviors of self-sabotage. What you want to do is you want to end like the effects of self-sabotage and probably leave self-sabotage either for the fulfillment or, you know, couch it in a different way where like the issue is self-sabotage. But if you're feeling self-sabotage, guess what? It actually, crazily enough, is not your fault. Like, you've been conditioned to feel this way. You've been trained to feel this way. In all likelihood, you've experienced these things that have led to you having these behaviors that you repeat over and over again. I'm here to tell you it is not your fault. Yeah. Andrew Tate is also saying in his copy, it's not your fault, you're broke, only you can fix it. It's your fault, you're broken, you can fix yourself. And his business seems to be running well. Why can't it work for him, but it can't work here? Again, it has to do with narratives that people have in their head. You, person, are going like, oh, this is the call to arms. Like, I realized, yes, I am the person that is responsible for being broke. I don't want to be a brokey. I've got to fix myself. That's a notion that people already had. It's a narrative that's already out there in the world. But this, hey, all of your problems, you're feeling like you're not getting enough out of life. Well, guess what? It's because you're self-sabotaging. There's a difference between what Andrew Tate is saying, it's your fault, you're broken, only you can fix yourself. Well, guess what? Andrew Tate also says in all of his other materials, like, there's a misleading financial system. There are all these narratives that, like, you know, percolate. You know, you have to go to school, you have to get a job, you have to work a 9 to 5. You know, Andrew Tate, like, he doesn't just say it's your fault. He says there's all this other stuff going on too that is forcing you to be in this position. That is why it's successful. We go live. We try to go live every Wednesday. Andrew Tate's whole bit is that society is oppressing teenage boys and they can rise up above the matrix, and the mechanism is their self. Yeah, that's exactly the point I'm making. It's not just as simple as like, hey, teenage boy, you are self-sabotaging. Everything that you are experiencing is your fault. No, he has a broader message that is being percolated via TikTok, that the feeling that boys have that there's something wrong with the world. He's saying, guess what? Your feeling is true. And if you follow me, I'll show you how to stop feeling that feeling. Well, holy shit. Here's how to fix my life. I just got to follow this guy. He has the information that I need. That's an easy sell. Compare that with this. Lurking below the surface of these issues is the hardest to get rid of, most destructive force of all, self-sabotage. Oh, the problem is me sabotaging myself? Well, fuck. What do I do about that? He makes the source, the self, the source of empowerment. I think that's why it resonates so strong. Yeah, I agree 100%. True. Andrew always brings up the matrix and how it's literally built for you to fail. I think that's why it works. Yeah. Listen, like, while he does have that, like, hey, pull yourself by your bootstraps, only you can do this, he also is couching in this in like, hey, the world is actually against you. And if you want to stand up outside of or against the world, well, you need to rise up, and only I know to do it. Pay $50 a month to get into my Discord, where I will share a bunch of stuff that I stole from other copywriting resources for you. Did I say that out loud? Yeah, I guess I did. His audience probably more younger men who has accepted Tate as the alpha to lead them to riches. Yeah, that's absolutely the case. Like, for example, if you go into Hustlers University, you're not going to encounter let me put it this way. The demographics are probably skewed. You're probably not going to encounter very many women there. You're probably not going to encounter anybody who's older than the age of 25 there. And the reason why is because those messages just don't resonate for people that actually have any experience in life. Like, I've talked to people that have come out of Hustlers University and they're all like, yeah, I want to escape the 9 to 5. I'm like, bitch, you've never worked a fucking 9 to 5. Get the fuck out of here. You don't even know what you're talking about. Shut up. And so that's my opinion about that. So, and that's also my opinion about this page. I think that's the big problem that's going on here. Warren, thank you for sharing it. Okay. Let's move on to the next piece of copy. All right. Notes. This is a 3 email sequence for cold outreach targeting retirees in various regions. Various regions is very specific. The audience is problem aware. Goal is to get opt-ins for a free fitness and health newsletter. Okay. Email to get opt-ins for a newsletter. I mean, that's doable. That can be done. What you would do is you would send the emails to a rented list and be like, hey, click to this page and sign up and opt in for this other series of emails to get. But what I have found, is that that's typically a lot less effective than just going to PPC traffic, because when you are sending emails to what's called a rented list, like you are going to somebody who has built a list and that like they've paid to get names onto the list, you don't really know where those names are coming from, like the quality of those names, the quality of those leads. And so oftentimes when you rent a list, the quality of your leads goes way down. And that's actually why like renting a list is very, very cheap. And so you have to have a very, very specific kind of offer to make that kind of work. And so, yeah, just in terms of strategy, I immediately have some questions about this and like question the, I guess, how should I say, effectiveness of this approach. But I'm going to assume that this is either coming from a client and that this is just fulfilling what the client is trying to do. A couple of issues I ran into. Newsletter does not have a name. Target audience is pretty vague, but it's how he wants to do it. Okay, how he wants to do it. Yeah, listen, you in your copywriting career and your marketing career, you're going to have clients and they fucking suck. They don't know what they're doing, but they're very confident about it. And they're going to say a lot of wrong shit, but yeah, you're not going to have a choice. You're going to be like, hey, would you like to steer this in a different direction? And the client is going to be like, no, what do you think you're doing? I know best. It's my business. I've done it this way before, and it's always worked for me. You're going to have clients like that. You're going to have clients. You're going to deliver the best fucking copy you've ever written for anybody ever. And you're going to have clients who would be like, no, this sucks. It's not what I want. It doesn't use the word verisimilitude. Obviously, any copy needs to use the word verisimilitude. And you're going to be like, what PCP are you smoking, dude? Whatever. It's a paycheck. There's just the practicalities of this business. So the ultimate goal is to book people with an online personal trainer. Okay. In this sequence, though, all the client wants is newsletter opt-ins. Fascinating. No real testimonials involving benefits gained from the newsletter itself. All right. So this is an email sequence sent to people we don't really know to get them excited about a newsletter that doesn't exist, using no proof because the newsletter doesn't exist, all in an effort to get people to want to sign up with an online personal trainer. If I was the marketing director or a marketer that was hired by this dude, I would have so many problems and so many questions. I would actually probably consider aborting the project because I knew that I was just getting set up to fail. So yeah, I've definitely done that in the past. Fired clients because I knew that there was nothing that I could do for them. Looking for critiques on structure, readability, and personalization, though I find it hard to personalize much here. Yeah, My client is open to trying new things too. So any recommendations on strategies to implement in the future would be great. Yeah. Maybe don't use an email sequence to do this. Much better would be to just have a freaking wicked landing page to encourage people to sign up for a potential like personal trainer call. Because here's the thing, if you just skip that middle step, you might find that, yeah, your cost per lead goes way, way up, but at the same time, you're going to secure more leads. So, definitely many questions that I have. Subject line, your invitation to fitness, or fit, fun, and injury-free. Again, this is going to a cold list. Yeah. And there's also cold email to personal trainer call. For me, here's the marketing strategy that I think that this particular client is trying to undertake. This person wants to get leads onto their list, and they want to send out a newsletter so that people are engaged. And when people are engaged, you can do a lot of what's called persuasion. You can entice them, you can excite them, you can basically indoctrinate people to already think the things that your sales copy or your sales calls would say already. Here's a good example of that. That would be like signing up for a newsletter about muscle confusion. And then every week you get a new newsletter about how to design workouts or how to shape your life such that you get stronger due to muscle confusion. And so muscle confusion is the mechanism there, and every week you're getting information about it through that framework. At a certain point of you reading this, you don't even question whether muscle confusion is real or not. You just have been indoctrinated into thinking, like, oh, okay, that's just a thing that we can talk about. Like, okay, this means this in the grand nebula of semantic meaning. And so when you try to sell somebody on P90X, for example, people already then have the notion that muscle confusion is desirable for getting stronger or having more endurance. That's an example of why you would want to have a newsletter or engagement or content funnel like this. But if the goal, if this business is like to get personal trainer calls, like, what are we doing there? I don't know. I have so many questions. I don't think these subject lines really work, especially for a cold list. Like, imagine like how do you get these emails? Like, if you're renting a list, this person is just getting like random marketing messages periodically every single day. And so all of a sudden you get one that is your invitation to fitness. I don't know if that would be effective. I don't know if fit, fun, and injury free is like what people are thinking in that moment. So I don't know. I would want to understand who I'm emailing first, because there's cold outreach targeting retirees in various regions, like the Alsace region of France. I would really question, like, where is this going? Who is this going to? Who's going to be the one that's sending it? Hi, first name. My name is X, and I run a personal training company called Y in location. We've spent the last 14 years helping retirees hit their health and fitness goals. That's why I started our newsletter, which today is relied on by over 12,000 health-conscious readers for health and fitness tips like, obviously these numbers are sort of like filler because the newsletter doesn't even have a name yet. Readers for health and fitness tips like strength training for women over 40, how an 83-year-old grandpa gained 6 pounds of muscle, 8 easy ways to get more protein in your day. Can I email you a copy? It won't cost you a penny. If you decide our newsletter isn't for you, no worries. Click the unsubscribe link at the bottom and you'll be taken off our list. Signature. P.S. Did you know some of the most popular nutrition trackers underestimate calories by as much as 27% on a 2,000 calorie diet? That's an extra 540 calories per day, like eating 2 cake donuts. What do you guys think of this email? Imagine you are a 63-year-old woman living in the Alsace region of France. You're an English speaker, naturally. And, you know, it's harder to carry your groceries up the landings of the stairs. Your joints hurt. You know, walking the dog leaves you winded. You know, and because you're French, you're smoking 3 packs of cigarettes a day, so that doesn't help. You should have showed us his dick instead. This stands for disrupt, intrigue, click. Yeah, my big thing here is, yes, it's a cold email, but you're trying to get people excited about stuff. And are people really disrupted? Do people have their attention gained by this? I would move the cred lower, and I would focus on like either the problems that people have or the solutions that you're offering, and doing so in an enticing way and an intriguing way. Like, for example, are there any women, all 15 people watching, are there any women over 40 here who like wake up in the morning and they're like, yes, I can't wait to go strength training? No, the typical thing that you hear from women over 40 is like, oh, if I even look in the direction of a heavy weight, I'm going to get bulky, and I don't want that. That you have to understand whom you're speaking to and like what they think. And so like this bullet, you know, health conscious readers for health and fitness tips like this, people don't want that. People don't want information about that. So you have to ask like, okay, well, how do I reframe that? How women over 40 can, you know, have more stable, less painful joints. That's what strength training can do. You don't need to immediately tell people that it's strength training. How an 83-year-old grandpa gained 6 pounds of muscle. I mean, that's cool. That's cool. It's possibly something that people want. I would give that a B- to a B. 8 easy ways to get more protein in your day. Have any of you actually tried to eat your body weight in grams of protein? Your farts smell like the rancid pits of hell. Nobody wants and desires to eat more protein in their day except people that are already on a fitness journey and know the benefits of it. But your average normie just goes like, why do I need that? And so, you know, 8 easy ways to eat yourself thin. Boom. There you go. That's the benefit of protein, man. And also, yeah, so here's the thing. Depending upon how this is being distributed to people, like if it's a cold email, a true cold email to people on a rented list, you're basically sending an email on somebody else's email list and being like, hey, if you don't like this, unsubscribe. Ouch, man. That's a good way to never do business with that particular list owner again. I'm literally new to copywriting, as I could probably be, so my opinion is not very qualified, but I think it looks pretty ass compared to other newsletters, especially the opening, not to be too harsh. Well, this is not a newsletter. This is an email trying to get people to sign up for a newsletter, which is a whole other bag of burritos. Listen, these are writing critiques. If you have a bad opinion, I will recalibrate and sort of like try to reframe you. But no, like this, I don't think this is working. Who needs protein when you can get it in various pharmaceuticals? I'm like a few years away from actually needing to get HGH and other various Argentinian pharmaceuticals in my bloodstream. Subject line: I should have mentioned. No. Yeah, you need to have a better subject. You need better subject lines for this, especially depending upon like the audience that you're speaking to. Just get Tren, literally a neurotoxin. Who needs protein? We can just get a COVID shot. That's basically how I got all my gains. Like I don't even eat meat. I just get COVID boosters. Oh my goodness. All right. Hi, first name X here. I have to apologize. In my last email, I shared that the most nutrition trackers underestimate calories by up to 27%. I didn't even talk about that because it's just that's a forgettable thing, like a problem that like I don't think is very enticing or like is intriguing to me. Like, okay, this is a problem, like eating 2 cake donuts. What do I do with that information? And why does it matter? Like, why does that compel me or entice me to sign up for a newsletter? You gotta like copy. You can't leave anything to the imagination. Like you can leave some stuff to the imagination, like have people fill in details along the way, but then you need to like circle back and calibrate and make sure that you articulate or give a voice to the things that people are inventing or people are putting in their head, or rather like imposing upon the actual meaning of the words. So with this, I'm like, what does this even say? Like, why am I enticed by this? Same thing here. I didn't give you a better solution. I mean, it's playing with that to get an easy ballpark of how many calories per day you eat. Try this. Multiply your current body weight in pounds by 15. Again, this is presupposing a desire that people have. And the question that I always like, I do this in every single stream where I ask you, do you personally know anybody who wakes up in the morning, whips the sheets off their naked, sweaty body, and goes running, screaming down the hall, screaming, "Oh my God, I need to know how many calories I need to eat in a day"? Like, not very many people are doing that. Not very many people are doing that. Why do people care about calories? Because they want their midsections to look good. They want to look good in a bikini. People, like, when you get older, this is for retirees. Guess what? Like, the fatter you are, the more your knees hurt. Like, that's just a real thing that people have to face and contend with as they get older. The more weight you have to carry, the more like actual shearing pressure occurs on your joints. People don't want to care about calories and calorie calculations and TDEE calculators. Only bodybuilders care about stuff like that. The average person just looks in the mirror and goes, "My God, what happened to me?" So play around with different emotions, man. Let me see. We got some comments. I'm starting to love these streams. I appreciate that. This is the first stream I've seen. I was 30 minutes of the 5-hour course episode and saw they were live. I appreciate you. Thank you. The 5-hour course, straight up, it has so much good information. We're actually right now behind the scenes working on doing like a version 2, like an expanded version of that, where we have like 3 like iterations of the 5-hour course, and each facet of it is going to focus on writing, research, and outreach. And we're going to divide it up into 3 separate, very long videos that we're going to be hopefully releasing by the end of the year. And so the 5-hour course, we're going to be expanding it and deepening it, and also like elaborating on it. So, but the 5-hour course as it currently exists is extremely helpful. Actual value and not made for views, like these other YouTubers who will do say anything to grow. I will do and say anything to grow. I will give you $10,000 right now if you like and subscribe this video. That is a lie. I will not be doing that. I've got a question. It's a good idea to mention what you said in the last email when there was like a 95% chance they haven't read it. It depends. And in email sequences, that is typically a good thing. Here's a better approach, in my opinion. Copywriting 101 part 2. No, like we're just going to do the 5-hour course, but we're going to improve the production value, make it like a little bit cleaner, like trim out some of the fat, have the focus be on like the concepts and like really showing as many examples of we can of the concepts that are introduced and really expand on those. And so that we have like we're calling it internally the 3 pillars of copywriting. And we're hoping that that is going to be just a free course that can live on YouTube and like be available to people and ultimately drives traffic to the Patreon. But when it comes to this, the actual email sequence thing, what you want to do is like day one, you want to promise something. Hey, in a few days, I'm going to email you this, or tomorrow or later today, I'm going to email you this thing with this important piece of information or this valuable thing that you obviously want. And what that does is it sort of tees up or prepares people to receive and actually be excited about opening their email. Like that sounds hokey, and you're going to be like, that can't possibly work. People don't read their emails. Guess what? It works. Like I've seen the actual data, and the open rates do actually go up. So, and especially for people that just sign up for a list, like it's really a thing that happens. If your enticement is strong enough, the open rates will definitely increase in a statistically significant way. Now, what you do then in the second email is you have some sort of lead, and then you either start the way this is starting with like, hey, I mentioned in the last email that you'd be getting this. Here's the thing. A better approach to that is to ignore the promise that you made, and then later in the email be like, oh, I almost forgot. You were supposed to get this. Well, have that like, oh, you were supposed to get this be tied into thematically and conceptually to what you were saying earlier in that second email, for example. I hope that makes sense. Like email sequences are a whole thing. That's why we have an advanced masterclass about them. So reply to this email and I'll get you a copy today. Listen, yeah, it's just one of those things. The big problem, the big disconnect with these emails is they aren't presenting the information in a way that feels evocative or enticing to anybody. Write emotionally, write to people's aspirations, their dreams, their goals. Like that is going to ultimately help you produce better copy. Part of the problem, I think, also happens to be that I think that Tyler just doesn't know who he's talking to. Retirees in various regions like Sri Lanka and the southwest townships of South Africa. Like that's very broad. Like how do you do that? And so I think that by speaking to trying to speak to so many people, you end up speaking to nobody, and that's a big problem. Yeah. I see people use this exact thing in my emails. I could see through what it was doing, but still stay tuned to the other emails. Yeah, there was a promise of $200, 200 pounds off a 1,000 pound course. Yeah, absolutely. Like, listen, there's certain hokey bullshit in copy that when you start copywriting and you see it everywhere and you go, that can't possibly fucking work. I'm, here to tell you that it's not your fault. If you're encountering these problems, it's not your fault. That's one of them. That's a cliche that's in almost every single piece of successful copy ever. Stay tuned for my next email where I'm going to reveal blah, blah, blah. It works. Deadlines, repeated deadlines, they work. And you're going to resist the first year that you're a copywriter. Oh, that can't possibly work. That's so hokey. That's such bullshit. No, they work. The word free, people are like, oh, I can't possibly use the word free. And just use the word free, man. You good. It's fine. Subject line, just checking in. Again, weak subject line. Here, I'm going to give you a subject line for this. Problem with your account. How about that? Hey, and then here's the opening to the email. Hey, I was just going through my records for name of newsletter, and I noticed a problem. Your name wasn't on the newsletter list. And I thought, that couldn't possibly be. I've been emailing about all the benefits that people get when they read newsletter name, such as, and then benefit. Do you see like how that angle for a second or third email in an email sequence is more powerful than what's going on here? One, the subject line, problem with your account, like, holy Schmidt. Like, that's immediately like attention getting because it's a problem that people might anticipate having. And it's actually true because your account with that particular newsletter business does have a problem. It doesn't have your name on it. So that's the problem. And so, yeah, that's attention getting. And also, it immediately gives you a reason to disrupt, get their attention, and intrigue people into the thing that they are missing out on. So, yeah. My colleagues told me not to sell this course for less than $250, but for you, it's nice of until Friday. Cotton lady. Yeah, that hokey shit works, man. So here in location, again, just cut the fat, man. Focus on what people want. All right. Health fitness goals, that's great. And success stories like how Liz lost 24 pounds. Man, if you're going to do an email sequence, have the second email be just a case study, like a very specific person, an 84-year-old woman who lost 24 pounds and lifted 225 pounds after breaking her hip or something like that. Like, give people something to aspire to. Email number 2 in a sequence, or email number 3 in a sequence, can be a case study, a testimonial, something that presents a figure that allows people, or rather gives people a vessel to pour their aspirations into. That's what a good testimonial or case study can be. And so that's what I would recommend that you do there. Don't save these. Have these be like sort of smack dab in the middle of your sequence, and like have the focus be about that. Because the whole point of showing a case study, like showing an actual result, is being like, oh, well, if that person can do it, surely I can do it as well. That social proof is extremely powerful. Does that make sense to everybody? Did I give okay tips regarding this particular email sequence? Anybody have any questions? Okay. We're going to move on. This is a lift email. So what is a lift? A lift is a particular marketing email that doesn't try to sell people on an idea, but rather just tries to get people to click onto a sales page that does more extensive persuasion. Okay. So this is for the business International Living, which I love. I really enjoy that business and all the people that work there. They are amazing. Target audience, retirees who are stressed about how expensive it is to be retired in the US. Okay, makes sense. That is International Living's prime demo. Context, audiences subscribe to an email list, International Living, that is, I believe it's Postcards is the name of their newsletter, that is often running promos behind a paywall that give full details of destinations. Okay, cool. Subject line, this secret seaside haven can save you 81% of your retirement. Save you 81% of your retirement living expenses. It could save you. Hold on, that feels a little confusing to me. Can the secret seaside haven shave 81% off my retirement living expenses? Because that seems, one, more punchy, more provocative, and more powerful. So use a verb like shave, as opposed to save. The secret seaside haven can, eliminate 81% of your retirement living expenses. Yeah, the secret seaside haven can, I wouldn't say offset, but find some more powerful verb than save there. But ultimately, benefit, point of intrigue. This is fine. I give this a B- or a B. So, there's certainly stuff that you can do to punch that up. And the secret is always going to be in the verbs. Imagine your toes in the sand, warm weather year round, travel money in the bank, and 4-star meals anytime you want. This secret seaside haven is attracting retirees who want to live luxuriously well into their twilight years. You can add specificity to the intrigue by saying that it's in I don't know, the south of France, or this European, bodega or some shit like that. like, or yeah, strong Florida vibes. But I would say like be even more specific. You don't have to name the exact space, but like name the area that the secret seaside haven is in to gain more specificity. The only reason you would not want to do that if it's in like Colombia or something like that. Like if it's in Medellin, like people have preconceived notions about certain places, especially Americans. Americans are notoriously bad about this, where they will just dismiss an idea completely outright simply because of the random associations that they have with it. So if this secret seaside haven is in a place that is generally desirable among the demographic that you're speaking to, then I would add specificity there because that's going to boost up the intrigue. Attracting retirees who want to live luxuriously well into their twilight years. If you're ready to start living life on your terms without any financial stress, click here for more details. Details about what? Living life on my terms and without any financial stress? I would say click here for, like, you can strengthen the CTA by having something about it. Click here for more details about how to transition your life to a tropical retirement paradise or something along those lines. Like, something coherent to the idea and something that's coherent on the page that you click onto. Yeah, this is fine. I feel like you could have a stronger disruption here. I don't know if you're already working for International Living, but one of the things that like Len Galvin, the copy chief over there, and Jules Bonner, the publisher over there, one of the things that they really like and really want to see in the copy is like something that's a little different from what everybody else is already saying. And so you want to look at the copy that they've been putting out and the emails that they've been putting out. And you want to ask yourself, like, is this different enough? I did two. I did shave. I did eliminate. You could do destroy. Something more evocative. When I say the word save, as in save money, you probably are thinking like, it takes time, it takes work, it takes discipline. The connotations are all wrong. But the moment you say shave 81% off your expenses, well, that sounds easy. That sounds immediate. That sounds simple. That's what you want to think of when it comes to the connotations of verbs. Yeah. P.S. The news of this retirement haven is spreading fast. Just check out what this retiree has to say. Enter testimonial. Retired cop went from paying $8,000 a month in California to $1,550 a month, including routine medical expenses to stay at our hospital, and has never looked back. Yeah. Totally fine. This PS is fine, but you want to make sure that you have another CTA in the PS if you're going to use it. Click here to see why such and such testimonial person or a person giving a testimonial is like saving this much money or like, has dramatically increased their quality of life. Yeah, I would approach this a little bit differently. I think this is fine the way that it is, but the big issue that you're going to run into, especially pitching this to Len, Lynn, and Jules, or the sort of like the big three over at International Living. And one of the things that, in talking to them about copy is they're constantly going like, well, this just sounds like everything else that we've done. Where's the new? Where's the unique angle? How do you switch it up and be different? And that's something that I would advise you to do. And I can't really do that work for you because you have to like actually go and look and see like everything that they're doing and then be like, okay, how do I do this but put my own like lateral spin on it? And that's something that you have to sort of think through. Yeah, shave lights up my motor cortex. There you go. So, Laura, I hope that this particular analysis of your email was helpful. I think that, it's strong. Like, if you submitted this and were to submit this, I'm sure this is something that they would be willing to test. But in trying to anticipate their reactions based on my previous interactions with them, they would probably want to see, like, What's the new angle? What's the new approach? I really do feel like I've seen this before. Wunderbar. I'm glad to be of help. Okay. John Cornelius. We have a landing page for a local architect that's running Google Ads with an okay website. I cold pitched them. They did not respond. Still would appreciate feedback on this. Also, if I could get the spec reviewed. Yeah, of course. Yeah, no, I have nothing but nice things to say about the people over at International Living. I really, really respect and admire all of them. So I've got 100 unopened emails from International Living. I might start swiping them when I hear how you were talking about them. Yeah, like, they're good stuff. They're not the biggest Agora affiliate, and they don't want to be. They have their own niche and they're trying to expand a little bit into financial stuff, but like really what it comes down to is their money is made off of people who like have an adventurous spirit and have a sort of burgeoning distrust and dislike of living in America. So it's a very niche market because like most Americans like don't like the rest of the world. They are naturally afraid of the rest of the world. And I think that that's partially due to the fact that we've been so shitty to other parts of the world for so long. Comeuppance is a bitch. Anyway. So I'm going to only focus on one of these two. John Cornelius's landing page. Share this tab instead. Oh yeah, International Living was my first copy crush. Legendary letter number 5. Yeah, absolutely. International Living puts out good stuff. I have nothing but nice things to say about them. All right. One thing that I immediately think when I see this page is it's busy. It's hard for me to see stuff. It's hard, like, listen, I'm a copywriter. I love copy. I think copy is great. But when I look at this, there's a lot of copy and it feels very busy. There's a lot of stuff to read. It feels overwhelming. And so that's my initial response to this particular page. Oh, people are talking about letter number 5. I think I have access to that. Here, I can probably. Yeah. Here we go. Share this tab instead. This is the copy. So this is from a book. It's actually this book, the AWAI Hall of Fame. And so the 5th sales letter in that collection is this particular thing. And this was actually written by Bill Bonner himself, the GOAT, in the 1980s. This is the only sales letter that has ever and will ever include the word hollyhocks in it. What is a hollyhock, you ask? It is a type of flower. You look out your window past your gardener who is busily pruning the lemon, cherry, and fig trees amidst the splendor of gardenias, hibiscus, and hollyhocks. The sky is clear blue. The sea is a deeper blue, sparkling with sunlight. A gentle breeze comes drifting in from the ocean, clean and refreshing, as your maid brings you breakfast and bed. For a moment, you think you have died and gone to heaven, but this paradise is real and affordable. In fact, it costs only half as much to live the stream lifestyle as it would to stay in your own home. Listen, I got a rule that I tell newbies. When it comes to headlines, do not innovate until you've been in this business for 10 years. That's an arbitrary number. The reason why I say that is because people often try to start innovating stuff before they have a grasp of like what they're innovating. This headline is innovative. It is different. It falls into a category of headlines that I think Dan Kennedy called the quote unquote 1,000-word headline. And basically what that is it's just copy, but really, really good copy that sort of substitutes the place of the headline. Sometimes you'll see that type of copy or that type of headline delivered in what is called a Johnson box. What is a Johnson box, you ask? It's literally just like a little box of text, and this is even sort of boxed, and like the box is just designed to catch attention to itself, and then the copy is inside the box. It's called a Johnson box. I have no idea why it's called a Johnson box. And yeah, almost feels like real writing. God, it's almost like the difference between good copy and good writing is non-existent. It's almost like good copy should be good writing. Amazing how that works. Jesus. So, yeah, this copy is fan-freaking-tastic, and this was their control for like so many, like many years, many years. And this particular segment, you know, everybody's heard of PAS, everybody's heard of AIDA, everybody's heard of DIC, but what people used to talk about, especially with this kind of copy, is picture promise proof push or picture promise proof payoff. That structure used to be far more common in sales letters and lifts. But PAS and AIDA, that is problem, agitate, solution, and then AIDA is attention, interest, desire, action. But picture promise proof push, that used to be the sort of like the 4 Ps used to be like what everybody talked about like 20 years ago. Someone asked about reading fiction for copywriters. These descriptions of a what could be can be picked up from fiction books. Yeah, that is absolutely true. And that's what I was trying to say about fiction writing, the indirect effect that they have. Okay. So no more about fiction writing and no more about international living. That just amazing, innovative, like eye-catching headline. Holy crap. So good. And then the copy is very, very bullet driven beyond that. And it just opens up with, you know, it gives a report, taking a free report simply for taking a look at an exciting publication called International Living. And then it just gives a bunch of bullets. Boom, boom, boom. Yeah, look at this. It's newsletter and book and report promos are very bullet driven, and this is no different. Anyway, so, and I'm sure I've shared it in the Discord in the past. So let's focus on this. So just to circle back to what I was saying before, the big problem here is it feels very busy. And so you want to strip it down and use like you're doing a cool thing of what's called wireframing. You wrote the copy and then you put it in to where like it could actually like put it in a place where the client could actually see it at work. Free quote, free site visit, pay 40% of fee only when planning is approved. That's stated confusingly. I don't know what that means. Do you want to avoid building authority enforcement action? I don't know what that means. I mean, listen, I can probably intuit what it means. Building authority enforcement action. Like, so if you ever have an inspector come and look at your construction site, do you want to avoid them taking action, like to make sure that you're compliant or meeting like OSHA regulations and shit like that? So that's what this is trying to say. But even for somebody who has worked construction before, that it's making my brain do a lot of work. And you want your copy to do sort of the work for the human brain, if that makes any sense. Avoid building authority enforcement action. It's a little dense. It's a little hard for me to understand. Bethel & Co. architectural design keeps you informed and makes you feel heard at every stage. Again, if we're talking about avoiding inspectors getting mad at you, I don't know what that deck copy is doing. Get in touch to be like Michael. Can't recommend Gareth enough. leave your social proof below. There's too much going on here, and you have sort of basic issues with like the copy being itself confusing. Like, I don't know what it's actually trying to say, what it's actually trying to get me excited about, what it's actually trying to like get me interested in. Must have a knowledgeable expert with a successful record to stop the council reject. All right, I'm going to try to read this. Must have a knowledgeable expert with a successful record to stop the council rejecting your proposal and holding your project back? I don't understand what that's trying to say. Want drawings and plans that will not cause damage to your building once developed and actually meet local planning standards? How would drawings and plans cause damage to your building once developed? We're getting this comment and then this comment. And the reason we're getting those comments is because I'm not certain what the copy is trying to say. Need an architecture service that you do not need to chase up after paying and delivers on what they say. How about this? Do you want an architectural service that's friends with your local council and can help you get your proposals on track? Question mark. Do you want an architectural firm that can help your buildings meet and exceed local standards and regulations? Question mark. Do you need an architectural service that delivers work on time and fulfills their promises? Question mark. That is going to help you. Like, just really just basic. Be so direct. Like, just understand, like, the copy needs to be understood, especially this kind of copy, which these are just disguised bullets. Like this here, I'm trying to, like, I don't know if you can see my mouse, but these question mark bullets, they're basically bullets. And so you need your bullets to be immediately understandable, like immediately emotionally resonant, immediately intellectually comprehensible. You need immediacy of comprehension to be there. Give your builder clear and easy to follow plans with all needs, options, and suggestions explored, competitive and transparent pricing experienced, necessary follow-ups expedited. You're doing a playful thing here. Get in touch to be like Lisa. Lisa, 5 stars, recommended to all, really helpful with us. Okay. I like what you're doing there. That's clever. Have that be its own section. Like, separate that out. What's happening right now is that a lot of the copy feels hard to follow, not just because the copy itself is a little confusing, but because things are really smooshed together. And so imagine like a small little section here that has like these sorts of testimonials. I'm not saying that that's good or what you want. I'm saying that, like, if you're going to have social proof and testimonials, give them their own space. Don't just smoosh them in there. So what's included today? Confusing way to frame that. Detailed working drawings and building regulations for bigger project. Here's the thing. I love copy that is written for blue collar services. I fucking love it. I think that most copywriters do themselves a disservice by asking questions like, what is the most profitable niche? You can make a profit. You can make millions of dollars from any niche, so long as you're good enough. And guess what? It is really easy to stand out and be good when it comes to writing copy for service businesses, and like being like the go-to guy for glass beveling services and shit like that. And like, you just want, like, we wrote an entire book about this. It's called No Man's Niche. And what you want to do is you want to like target like niche businesses, because guess what? Like, no copywriter is thinking about writing for them, and these businesses need customers. What does a copywriter do? A copywriter can give these businesses customers. And so, like, the most natural thing to do is to reach out to service businesses. I fucking love it. This copy is attempting to do that. I respect it. I'm very respectful, and I'm really glad that you're trying to do this. The problem is that when you're writing copy for these businesses, you have to understand that clarity is so much more important than elegance, than cleverness. Clarity is what you are trying to strive for. And so being so deadpan, stupid, simply clear about what this business does and why a person would want to work with them, like, that is what you want to keep in mind. A business that wants to work with this company, like, you spell out the problem in a confusing way, which is that, like, a lot of construction businesses run into regulatory issues, on inspection. So how do you prevent that? Well, you got to spell it out. Spell out what they can do to help people prevent that from happening. So, yeah. And then you have Sarah Bethel & Co., Gareth Young, get in touch today. Yeah. The big thing here is, like, it's a copy and clarity issue. So that's what I would really work on, really focus on brass tacks. And also, like, people that work in services, like, the copy tends to be more direct, and that's a good thing. Like, you're rarely ever going to be writing copy for service businesses that goes to either a problem aware or unaware audience. And by that, I mean, most of the people that are looking for services already know what they want and they're already ready to buy. And so you just need to give them a simple-ish reason to do so. A person who Googled and found your website after searching for, like, glass beveling services near me, that person is motherfucking ready to drop a check on beveled glass. You just need to make sure that they have a seamless and clear experience, that when they reach out to you, guess what? They're going to get their glass beveled. There you go. The copy doesn't need to be anything more than that. And, like, what do people want? Like, they want to know that you specifically can do the thing that the customer wants. They want some social proof, testimonials that back up that, like, you're not going to cause damage, you're not going to overcharge, you're not going to take too long. Like, clear evidence that you're going to do what you say you're going to do, and then an easy, like, way to get started. The copy doesn't need to be any more than that. And then you can have additional copy down below that has, like, indirect credibility and stuff like that. So, man, we are on hour 3. I see a bunch of people dipping. I hope you all have a lovely night. Take care. I hope this stream was helpful. I'm going to move down. We have we have a handful of bits of sales copy left. Let's go. Okay. Share this tab instead. When's the next stream, bro? Well, this is called Whetstone Wednesday. I imagine it will not occur on a Tuesday or Thursday. So, hopefully, fingers crossed, we have this again on next Wednesday. Chances are it either will not be a critique stream, or conversely, it will be a sales letter analysis stream. It depends on what we do. All right. View, zoom, 150. Context. Launch sequence for an info product. The product is a guide for getting a job in the tech industry. The emails are to be sent out to people already subscribed to a newsletter. They signed up to get a free PDF on how to break into the tech industry. Okay. Good context. Thank you. So this is a relatively warm list. This is people that have basically offered up their email address in exchange for some sort of report. It's called a lead magnet. They have risen their hands and said, yes, I would like to be a lead. I would like to get information about this topic. We're trying to sell a more advanced version of that. Okay. Nurturing email. Subject line: from a call center agent to a software engineer in 16 months. I would get rid of the A, but that's a perfectly fine subject line. Welcome to the Break Into Tech newsletter. Emails are to be sent out. Okay. So yeah, this is indoctrination. Yes. Take care. If you got to go, I know it's late for a lot of people. Thank you so much for tuning in. Thank you for supporting Copy That. And in general, I hope that these streams have been helpful to everybody. Thank you very much for watching. Welcome to the Break Into Tech newsletter subscriber's name. I'm excited to give you tips and tricks that I've used to go from working in a call center to becoming a software engineer. These tips I'm about to give you are not the generic tips you find online, like learn web development bootcamp, start in help desk, or get an A+ certificate. But rather, these are the most practical ways to get into tech based on my own experiences. Copy is fine. It's just kind of bland, Now, how do you fix bland copy? You can add emotions. You can speak to people's aspirations. One of the things that I do in a lot of my welcome sequences is speak very clearly to the idea and what the idea can bring into a person's life, whatever they signed up to. So yes, Evan, thank you very much. Good luck rewriting that. Practical ways to get into based on my own experiences. I will give you the exact steps I took to achieve 6 figures in 16 months and how you can replicate my success. I'm going to give you an alternative opening to this. And I'm not saying this is how you have to rewrite it. I'm going to do this to try to illustrate a point that I'm trying to make about email and email copy. What if the email opened with, are you ready to transform your career into a 6-figure moneymaker in 16 months? ? Because I undertook a sequence of steps that allowed me to accomplish exactly that. I, over the course of my career in technology and something specific, I discovered a series of tips, tricks, and secrets that allowed me to move out of the call center and into a easy software engineer position. And then you have something aspirational about the lifestyle that the person gets to live now as a result of that. If you are the type of person that has been hoping to do this for yourself, well, I'm excited to tell you that you're in the right place. In fact, over the course of the coming weeks, you're going to see inside the Break Into Tech newsletter these things, and then go into that. Do you see the difference between the copy that I just spat into the microphone that sort of extemporaneously came up with? Why that would be more enticing and exciting than what you currently have here. Here, you're kind of just describing stuff. The copy is talking at me. But really, when you write copy, you want to be talking with somebody. And that's, again, a fine line. It takes years to develop that sort of nuance and attention to detail and that ability. But you want to write in a way that gets people excited about what they just signed up for. Especially, so this is a welcome email. After people give their email address, this email is what they get first. So you want to get people excited. You want to set, you want a future pace. You want to get people to anticipate what you are going to be doing and what they're going to be seeing. There are also some practical things too in a welcome email. You need to get people to either confirm or to whitelist a particular email you need to deliver, whatever the fulfillment thing was. Like if it's a report, you need a link to the report, yada, yada. And that's, I think, down here. Well, maybe not. So how are people, the product is a guide for getting a job in tech. The emails are sent to people. They signed up to get a free PDF on how to break into the tech industry. Well, how are they getting the PDF? Like, if this is the first email that gets sent to people, then the PDF should probably be in here. Yeah, when I rephrase boring copy, most of the time I rephrase it in the form of a question. And the reason for that is because questions, like, listen, I'm guilty sometimes of overusing certain rhetorical tropes. And the rhetorical question is the crutch that I have. And the reason why I typically rely on that is because it's easy for newbies to understand why that would make structure better. There is a concept in copy called gradualization. Eugene Schwartz named it that. And basically what that means is creating copy that is prolonged, that allows tension to build, that allows interest to be gained. And questions are just a very quick and easy way to do that. You shouldn't overuse it. And I said that earlier, you shouldn't overuse them. I have the problem where I tend to overuse them, especially when I'm giving examples, because again, it's hard to do this for 3.5 hours and come up with really good copy along the way. So I sort of like resort to the templates in my brain that I know work. So I'm just being honest about that. So the big question that I have about this particular welcome email is it functioning as a welcome email? Is it getting people excited? Sort of. It's trying to build credibility. I was once in your shoes working on Second 195, corporate job, anywhere a light that guided me to my true passion, tech. Tech is not especially specific, but I think you can sort of get around that. That's fine. But I struggled to make that happen. I struggled to get practical information. Didn't reuse the same line, get a college degree. 26% of IT officials do not even have a college degree. That's why I've put together this newsletter to help people like you might like experience or qualifications. So one of the things that's happening here is it's getting people excited about this. But a welcome email, you want to give people a very clear thing to do. And in general, you want your nurturing sequences to give people a clear thing to do. More often than not, I would say 85% of the time, the thing to do in a first email is get the report or get the thing that people are signing up for. That's not in here. And so is that being fulfilled through some other means? Possibly. Is that this? Break into tech.frog.tech. Interesting. There's a lot of bullshit online. A lot of gurus are trying to sell you things that don't work. I can already tell that there's a disconnect between the tone. Oh, I need to share this tab. There's a disconnect between the tone of the sales letter and the tone of the email. This person's talking about BS. This person's selling against alternatives. This person's like, I build software that helps fintech companies generate millions every year. I was a call center drone. Listen, sometimes, rarely, actually often, if a business has written copy, you can probably just copy paste that copy and repurpose it for something else. If it's already working in one context, it's probably going to work in another. And using this for this particular first email, I think is going to be a better move, simply because if you're reading this feels very sterile. It feels very safe. But then you're clicking people over. Oh, and I'm referring to this. This feels very sterile. This feels very safe. But then you're sending people to this. No spam, no BS, no exaggeration. I'm Alex. At 27, I was working as a call center drone. A year later, my tech career had started. Today, I build software that helps fintech companies generate millions every year. That's such a tonal disconnect. If you're going to prepare people for that, like if this is the tone of the newsletter, if this is the tone of the copy that you're sending to, you gotta have some sort of coherence there. Have some sort of punchiness in this particular email. So email tip 104, breaking the tech tip 104. I've seen subject lines like this work. I'm not knocking the subject line. These functional types of subject lines tend to work, but sometimes you definitely want to test it against something else. And you would want to follow up with open rates and click-through rates after the fact to make sure that it's the best that it can be. Tip 1, pick the best career for you. Start with a field that you like. If you're visual, front end. If you're analytical, back end. Here's a quick breakdown to help you decide where to begin. Yeah. The issue with this copy is it's very functional. It's not evocative. It's not enticing. It's not exciting. It doesn't disrupt. It doesn't get people's attention. It's like somebody coming up to you on the street and saying like, "Hey, I can cure your genital warts." And your first reaction is either going to be, 1, who the fuck are you? Or 2, I don't have genital warts. And so that's why most copy tends to start with like longer descriptions, more gradual descriptions of like the problems that people have. Well, what is the problem that people have? Well, people want to get into tech, but they don't know what field in tech they actually can get into. They don't know what's available to them. They don't know what's on the menu. So you can't just lead into, "Hey, buddy, pick the best career for you, front end or back end." If you're visual, you want the front end. If you're analytical, you want the back end. I got so many questions. Like for one, like, what does this mean? Who are you? What is even being talked about? Start with a field that you like. If you're visual, like, what does that mean? Like, you're just assuming that people understand. If you're visual, like, no, I'm not visual. You can't see me. I'm like Drax. So, yeah. What am I developing software? Creating a website? IT? What am I doing? Yeah, like you gotta segue into your copy. You gotta get people's attention, and you have to like make people understand why this is, 1, relevant to them, and 2, different from what everybody else is saying. Like Alex has learned a lot of stuff from me, and one of the things that I've stolen from Alex is his reframing of something that I have never said succinctly, which is that in copy, you have to be different and you have to be relevant. Different and relevant, different and relevant. You have to be different and relevant. This doesn't feel different and it doesn't feel relevant. You need more copy in the beginning here to make that happen. Yeah. No, you just need to revise these. Make them exciting, make them enticing, make them different and relevant, and make sure that they're coherent with the actual tone of the business. So that's my advice. Okay. Oh, we got something from Alex. Okay. Oh, this is for friend of the show, John BS's book, Copywriting Cheat Code. We went over this a few weeks ago. Okay. Warning, this book is not meant for beginners. It accelerates your copy career. Or, oh, no, Sean, hold up. Sean, zoom in a little. All right. Alex says 1 minute. I'm waiting. All 12 people are waiting along with me. All 12 of you that are watching right now, I hope that everything is going well. And I hope that your copywriting journey is going well. I hope that you're learning a lot. Here's the thing. A lot of you are probably putting a lot of stress on yourself about getting gigs, getting clients. The reason why you got into this is because you wanted a quick and easy avenue to getting more money. I get that. I'm here to tell you that the money comes, but it follows quality. And so the more time that you take to get better, to advance and enhance your skills, it's worth it. And I want to encourage you to keep doing that, because guess what? Even if you don't end up being, a world-class 7-figure or whatever fucking copywriter with a Bugatti and 8 girlfriends or whatever, the skills that you can learn from learning copywriting, learning persuasion, learning marketing, they translate over into every career you can possibly do. Even if you are working in a library, guess what? You're going to be writing flyers. You're going to be trying to get people's attention to show up to different events. You don't just put books away. Like, libraries do a lot, and all of it involves persuasion, copy, getting attention, finding the right people in the right place at the right time, which is the goal of marketing. I'm telling you that what you're doing is going to benefit you in ways that you cannot even imagine at this particular point in your learning career. And so, yeah, chase the money, get the bag, but also realize that the bag, it typically follows the people that skill up the most. And so take some of the stress off of yourself. Like, just focus on getting as good as you can, because truth be told, the money will sort itself out later. Now, Alex. Yeah. I was saying earlier in the stream that I need to put together a masterclass about doing bullets better. I do have videos that I've done where I've revised people's bullets. Those are available. If you go back to, I think, July or August of 2022 is when we had Alex and I did several streams where we just reviewed hundreds of bullets. So, okay. Other Alex, any beginner books I would recommend? Yes, we actually, in fact, have an entire video about the books that we recommend. So I would recommend going and checking that out. But just for the sake of simplicity, pick 2. It doesn't really matter which 2. Claude Hopkins' Scientific Advertising. As long as you're able to wrap your head around old-timey language and concepts that are delivered laterally, he'll be talking about direct mail, but you can easily adapt what he's saying about direct mail to internet marketing. Scientific Advertising is a good start. The reason why I recommend Scientific Advertising is because it's so old that it's in the public domain, so it's free. You don't have to pay a single dollar to learn copywriting shit. So that's cool. If you want to write long form copy, Great Leads. Read Great Leads, because that introduces a few fundamental concepts, not only for long form copy, but also in terms of how to change what you're writing depending upon whom you are writing for. So Great Leads is pretty good. But again, we have a whole video about the books that you can read for copy. Again, start by reading 2 and then move on to reading actual copy. Yeah, listen, focus on your craft first. The bag follows. People are so caught up in trying to get a client in 30 days. And it's man, listen, if you're good enough, you'll get a client in 10 days. But for some people, it's going to take a little while longer to get a client. You have to get good enough. And guess what? Quality rises to the top. Listen, Alex, I'm going to let you work on that. I'm going to move on to somebody else. And I will come back to your promo later. Here. Hopefully it'll be done by then. Just let me know. So this is a repost from last week's copy critique. Hello, I'm writing some copy for a free health and wellness newsletter, and I was hoping to get some feedback on this. Okay. 150. Hold on. We have a question. Do you have to be naturally good at English to excel in copywriting, or is it learnable to most? I think it's learnable to most. The most successful, and I mean financially successful copywriter I have ever personally known was actually one of my mentors, was Evaldo Albuquerque. He wrote a book called The 16-Word Sales Letter. English was like his third language. And one person once asked him at a conference that he and I were both attending, like, hey, did you find that like speaking English as a second or third language, did that make your career more difficult? And Evaldo said, no, actually, I think it made it easier because it forces me to write simply. Keep that in mind, my dude. Okay. Context. This is an opt-in page for a brand new health and wellness newsletter called Unsolicited Advice with Coach Joey. All right. This newsletter is geared towards individuals who are looking to improve their overall health and wellness with a focus on stress management. So, okay. This is copy for a newsletter. So is this actual content or is it selling the newsletter? It looks like it's selling the newsletter. Okay. So I'm going to give you a quick piece of advice when it comes to selling newsletters. And it's something that I've already repeated ad nauseum on this particular stream, which is very simply that nobody wakes up naked and screaming, oh my God, please, please, please give me a newsletter. So that's something to keep in mind. Usually what happens in longer form is that the idea of the sales letter sells some particular quick or big fix to a particular problem. Usually that's in the form of a special report or a how-to guide or a blueprint or a course or something like that. And then what you do is you say, this guide, report, whatever, it's free. It's free for you when you buy a subscription to this particular newsletter. That's the marketing funnel / offer structure that has worked for businesses for many, many, many years. And the reason why it works is because when you think newsletter, you think, oh, you're just going to send me a bunch of bullshit. I'm going to have to wade through it. And it's going to take a lot of work. And it's going to take a lot of time. And it's going to cost money. But if you're selling people a quick fix and you're giving it for free, so long as people agree to get something that can benefit their lives, well, holy shit. Now we're talking. That's why that offer structure. And if you go back and start looking at sales letters, you'll see that offer structure is everywhere. You can't miss it. It's like a Bader Meinhof thing where you're going to, like, now that I've told you that that's the secret, like, you're going to see it everywhere. And so that's something that I would encourage you to think about. Brand new newsletter called. Yeah. So definitely come at this from a slant. Frame the instant solution regarding whatever problem you're trying to identify. Confidential and deeply personal message from Joey Zolowicz. I don't know my Eastern European names or how to pronounce them. I apologize. How this message could change everything for you. This is vague. So if we're going to go through the 4 U's, is it useful? No. I don't know. I don't see how it's going to be beneficial to me. Is it urgent? No. Is it ultra specific? No, it feels very vague. Like, this is a good start. Is it unique? No. So That's something that you would want to assess. This is totally fine. This is where you're going wrong. Just putting that out there. Dear reader, take a close look at this picture. Good pattern interrupt. The year was 2015. And from the outside, it would seem like I had it all. A thriving career, a beautiful family, and living an ideal life. But here's the truth. I was 50 pounds overweight. Deep down, I was drowning in stress, desperately trying to balance the demands of my job. I was on the edge of a major physical and mental breakdown. Okay, this is the kind of copy that comes later. Here, you want to aggravate the problem of being 50 pounds overweight. I was 50 pounds overweight. Every time I walked up the stairs, I sounded like a fat kid eating a cake. That's how heavy my breathing was. My knees hurt all of the time. Spell out the problems of being overweight. If you're going to talk about being overweight, don't talk about the causes until later on, because here you're just revealing like what the problems were that caused you to be overweight. And so the reader goes like, oh, okay, I recognize this person's going to tell me like de-stress and like, like change these aspects of my life, yada, 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 the stuff that they've seen before. But instead, what you want to do is aggravate the problem. 50 pounds overweight. When I tried to put on a pair of jeans and my midsection looked like a muffin that had baked over the sides of a pan. My belly had an underbelly. When I wore shorts, it looked like I was wearing a fanny pack under my shorts. Go hard, man. Like, seriously, if people don't want to be overweight, like I actually admire and appreciate the fat acceptance movement, because here's the thing. They found statistically that people who are slightly overweight, according to BMI and other measures, actually do tend to live longer than skinny minis. And so, like, the problem is that like obesity is an issue. So, like, you want to be overweight, but you want to be overweight to the point of being what I would tastefully describe as thickalicious. Being obese, that's an actual problem. And the vast majority of people that are obese, they don't want to be obese. It's if they could press a button to instantly become thin again, they would. That is why Ozempic is so popular right now. That is why bariatric surgery is so popular right now. If people could push a button to become thin, they would. Now, here's the thing. That is a complicated thing that's going on. So you want to make sure to aggravate the problem that people have so that they understand, like, okay, the problem that I have is that I'm overweight and I want to move towards this. That's how you get people's attention. Like, okay, this person is speaking to me and the problems that I have. I feel personally attacked. Sorry. Okay. Belly and underbelly. I just calls it like I sees it. All right. Perhaps you can relate in one way or another. Maybe you're facing a similar situation today. Again, if you're describing stuff evocatively enough, you don't have to say stuff like this. You can just assume that people are responding well to it. You have a successful career, demanding family obligations, and as a result, your own health has fallen off your priority list. I'm sharing this deeply personal message not to invoke pity, but instead for one critical reason. I want to show you how I took back control of my life and my health, and how, as a result, everything changed. I would get rid of the "as a result" and how everything changed. This, as far as subheads go, it's fine. Again, I give it a B-, C+, B-. Like, it's passable. I've seen worse subheads in working sales letters before. What it lacks is a sense of ultra specificity and uniqueness. How many times have you seen the words, I want to show you how I took back control of my life and my health? I've seen that a million places before. So you want to find what is unique to this offer and to this person that stands in for the cliche, if that makes sense. Like, the cliche could be anything. It is like cliches exist to be a stand-in for anything. So how do you make that more specific to this particular person and still evoke the same thing? Nice. Listen, before afters are great. Anything that you can do in your copy to demonstrate stuff is great. You should probably put some copy above and below, just take a look at what I was able to do with just a few short months and my new battle plan for health and fitness, and then show the dates, to 2015 to 2017 or something like that. Honestly, making this change wasn't that hard. It didn't take too much time. Like, again, go back to standard Kyle stuff, new, easy, safe, big, make sure that, my new plan, was easy to follow and simple to execute, and it resulted in this massive change in my body composition. There you go. I just got 3 of the 4 things in Nesby in a single sentence. I'm talking about a simple breakthrough that allowed me to shed those 50 extra pounds of fat, evict, oh, good verb, the soul-crushing stress and anxiety from my life. And I would just get rid of the there. Find balance between my work, family, and day-to-day life. Again, I would focus here. This is fine. This is strong. That's neat. That's something that people want. This, find the balance between my work, family, and day-to-day life. Think about, again, what people actually want and go like, why do people want this? Why do people want a balance? Well, balance between work, family, and day-to-day life is, find more free time to spend time with my children, or find more time to make money, or like literally, like what is the goal that people have when it comes to finding balance between their work? Find time to enjoy life without having to stress or having to worry about this or this or this. Like, rather than find a balance between my work, family, and day-to-day life, like, you could say, become a better husband and a better father. God damn. That's something that people want. Go for long walks with my children. There you go. Allow me to, finally walk with my children again. There you go. I was talking to somebody about like a product regarding back pain. I think this is my newsletter about dimensionalization, available on copythatshow.com. And also to patreon.com/copythatshow members if they want to read back issues. Anyway, the problem with back pain is not the pain. Like, that sucks. The pain sucks. The bigger problem with back pain is that it's fucking embarrassing. Like, imagine like walking through life and needing help going grocery shopping. If you're a person who valued your independence, like, that's mortifying. Not being able to get down onto the ground to play with your grandkids. Like, god damn. The problem with being overweight is not simply like, having balance between work, family, day-to-day life. Like, it's regaining freedom that your body stripped from you. Like, that is how you evoke emotion from people that have a problem that need to be solved. So, now for the record, this has nothing to do with quick fixes, fad diets, or crazy workouts. If that's what you're hoping for, you're in the wrong place. Instead, what I discovered was something much bigger, a transformative approach that not only helped me address the real root cause of my excess weight, stress, and emotional imbalance, but also allowed me to break free from the unhealthy behavioral patterns slowly destroying me. This is running the risk of getting a little too close to what we were talking about before when it came to that letter about self-sabotage, where it's like, you got to be careful and dance around like any copy that would imply that the fault, like the problem's fault, is the person experiencing the problem. You want to absolve people of the guilt that they feel, because people, listen, nobody wants to be a problem. Nobody wants to feel like they are the root cause of their problems. You want to absolve people of that and give people a reason why they're encountering their problems that don't have anything to do with them. You're somebody who's tired of feeling out of control in your own life, somebody who's battling stress, feeling overwhelmed by your daily responsibilities, or even struggling to shed those pounds despite doing everything right. And if you're ready to make real lasting change, you're going to want to pay very close attention, because truth is, none of it is your fault. Hey, nicely done. Whether you realize it or not, our modern way of life is pushing you into living this way, because right now our society is designed to layer stress on top of you at every corner U-turn. In short, our modern lifestyle is putting you in a constant state of fight or flight. Okay, some of the issues that this is running into is it's using this to transition into two separate ideas. So it's putting the blame of modern life and like it's causing you to feel stress. It's putting you into a position of fight or flight. Fight or flight causes cortisol. Too much cortisol leads to you wanting to retain what is called adipose tissue. I understand this mechanism. I've seen this mechanism in many sales letters before. Now, here's the problem. You are not taking the time to uncover and discover the real root cause. You are, as I've said before, talking at people. You're just telling them stuff. Imagine if, like, I was trying to build up a big secret. And in the process of revealing the secret, I just immediately said, oh, yeah, and the secret's this. Here's the real reason for it. Like, well, the secret didn't really have a whole lot of time and page space to become evocative or interesting or like really, how should I say, build up desire and enticement in a reader's mind. That's one of the reasons why a lot of sales letters, especially long form sales letters, is they delay stuff for a long time too. They create open loops. They do stuff to delay satisfaction of stuff because the human mind is a dopamine receptor machine. And our motivation to do stuff is largely contingent upon little hits of dopamine along the way. And so you want your sales letter to be structured like that, to give people little tastes of dopamine along the way, but ultimately withhold the revelation of things long enough that you have cultivated enough desire and enough credibility so that when the secret finally drops, it's like a revelation. You're basically just being like, hey, it's not your fault. There's this bigger problem. And by the way, the bigger problem is this. Better would be, hey, it's not your fault. There's a bigger problem. And I'm going to reveal what it is to you in a moment. Because right now, there's something going on in our modern lifestyle that is absolutely causing all of us to suffer from poor health, greater stress, a worse lifestyle, even bigger waist sizes. There you go. And now what have I done? I have teased that later on I'm going to be talking about the actual mechanism that's at work here, the force of nature that's at work and at play here. But I haven't actually described what it is. What I have done, though, is make sure that people understand the gravity and the meaningfulness and like the weight of understanding that particular force of nature. So, again, the concept that I'm talking around is called gradualization. You want to gradualize your copy. You want to very slowly. Copy should be a very long striptease. The longest unzipping of a person's life. That's a line from Mark C. Danielewski's House of Leaves, by the way. Hey, I can pronounce an Eastern European name. Anyway. Take back control. You see, we might be able to control our high-stress modern world. We can change how we relate to it. It's thanks to what I discovered on the trial and error, R3 system. Okay, a proprietary push for targeting your true root source of your stressors. This system helps you reassess your habits, reframe your thinking, rebuild your life. More. I want more. Listen, this copy right now is failing because there's not enough copy. You're not enticing me. You're just saying stuff. And so if you're just saying stuff and you're not enticing me, I'm not going to be enticed to get a newsletter. I'm certainly not going to be enticed to get a newsletter. So that's the big sort of surface level, like 3,000 foot advice that I would have for you here, which is that like I've already shared this quote before. You need to slow the fuck down. You need to actually expand on your ideas. Give your ideas space to breathe. Like, don't just feel like you need to cram out every single detail and just shotgun it at the reader. Don't just talk at people. Actually take the time to evoke, to build up enticement for the advice that this person has. That would be my advice for this particular sales letter. Does that make sense to everybody? Does that help? Okay. I'm going to move on. I have, oh my God, there's still so many. I promised that I would get through all of it. I don't think I'm going to be able to get through all of it. Oh, we already went through this. Okay, thank God. All right, got another one. All right, copy of open house, anxious attachment PDF. All right. All right. So context. This is an ebook sold by a podcaster who brings on clinical psychologists. Oh, hold on. My worry is that since I'm not selling anything other than just getting someone to sign up, would the suggestions you made make this too long for an opt-in page? If it's an opt-in page, like just for a newsletter, all you need is 5 bullets in a form. You need an enticing headline, 5 bullets in a form, and like some visual display of what people are going to be getting. Like if it's a paid newsletter, you need a lot of copy. If it's just an opt-in page, you need 5 bullets in a form. And then test that against like longer copy. But if you go and actually look at the lead pages that are out there, the newsletter opt-in pages, like they aren't long. It's mostly just like headline with a benefit, 3 to 5 bullets of what you get, and then a place to take action. So, don't overthink that kind of stuff. I was reading that operating under the assumption that it was a paid newsletter. And I know something about selling newsletters. It's literally how I make my money. So I am ready now. Oh, all right, let's do this. Let's go here. All right, we're going to briefly, since I've reviewed this before, we're going to briefly review this. All right, eyebrow. Warning, this book is not meant for beginners. It's meant for hungry copywriters who want to skyrocket their career. $23 million copywriter reveals. $199 number 1 best-selling book reveals. It depends. If it were me, I would want to test both, but I would, I would probably open, if it were my piece of sales copy, probably open with some like cred related to the person who wrote the thing. I think that makes better eyebrow copy general, like just something to establish credibility rather than this, which is like, if you're doing a standard book promo, like what I was describing before, like give me your address and I'll send you this free book, and 7 businesses just pay for shipping. That's a different kind of offer, and that's not what he's offering here. A never before seen 9-step strategy to write high converting copy lightning fast. Not bad. You've definitely improved that headline. Never before seen. Good. 9-step specific. How to write this. Benefit driven, so it's useful, lightning fast with an extra benefit. Solid headline. I give it a B+. Get the copywriting cheat code and discover how to become absolutely irreplaceable as a copywriter. Never lack clients, potentially double your earnings, and never get replaced by AI when you implement these 9 secrets. Solid deck copy. Yeah, no, solid deck copy. You've really improved this headline. You should give yourself a pat on the back. I mean, physically, like right now, like stop, like lean forward and give yourself a little one of these. Good job. Get the book and 7 bonuses for $199. Yeah, totally fine for like low cost offers and stuff like that to have the headline. You might run into a compliance issue if this is causing you to skip over the offer. I mentioned that way earlier in this 4-hour-long stream. But yeah, never worry about AI or rival copywriters taking your job ever again. bypass writer's block, write copy for any industry, shave hours off your research process, build a predictable and consistent income from copywriting. Solid bullets, solid, simple landing page bullets. Okay. To all the aspiring copywriters who know they can do more. That feels a little weak fish. My name is Jonathan BS, and in my book, The Copywriting Cheat Code, I like to show you the simple 9-step cheat code. The simple 9-step cheat code I personally use to write high converting copy insanely fast, keep clients coming back for more, earn $120 per hour as a copywriter with only 3 years of experience. Solid. If you are a copywriter who is worried about the oversaturated market and AI, on the verge of giving up, I would cut that right there. That's stronger if it's just this. Again, just prune the branches. If you're a copywriter who feels like their copy isn't ever good enough, if you are a copywriter who wants a consistent flood of good clients, or if you want to reach that next level in your copywriting career, I can show you how to use a simple 9-step cheat code to become absolutely irreplaceable as a copywriter, write really good copy consistently, get consistent high-paying work. Solid. 3 years ago, I was earning $600 per month making pizza, suffering from depression and anxiety, feeling like my life was meaningless. Solid. Yeah, you're bringing in a story here. Fantastic. Good job. Yeah. Okay. Here's Alex's question. Should I change these bullets? I feel like I'm repeating what I'm already setting above a little bit. That's a delicate balance. Like, here's the thing. On one hand, repetition legitimizes. And you're saying the same thing, but reframing it in a different way so that it's more directly beneficial. You're moving from indirect to direct benefit, which is also good. On the other hand, yeah, like you do turn people off immediately when you repeat stuff with too much proximity, like between the two things. So you just have to be careful about that. But like in terms of what's going on right now, I think it's okay. Yeah, because here's the thing. You're setting up the problems that people have and you're saying like, hey, okay, these are the solutions. I'm doing the best that I can. I made a promise to people that I would go through everybody's copy that they submitted. And I'm beginning to suspect what I was saying earlier in the stream, which is you shouldn't ever promise anything. All right. So I saw copywriting as a way out of that hellhole. I worked hard day and night to get clients and improve my copy, leading to the creation of a simple scheme. And since I started writing copy in 2019, I've perfected the process of using the 9-step cheat code to stop prospecting and unlock a never-ending stream of clients that come back again and again using the 9-step cheat code. Why not getting rid of this and just starting with unlocking a never-ending stream of clients? I've perfected the process of unlocking a never-ending stream of clients. Seems cleaner. I've perfected the process of eradicating imposter syndrome and gaining unbreakable confidence as a copywriter. Beneficial, cleaner. I've perfected the process of bypassing writer's block. Again, just strip down to the basics. You already have this set up, and I get what you're trying to do here. I believe it's anaphora, starting each sentence with the same sort of phrase or word or whatever, and using that repetition to land in people's heads. I don't think you need that. I think you have the 9-step cheat code, perfected the process of doing these things. This copy, I think, is more powerful than this, but again, they're close enough. Like you have the direct promises here. Do some intrigue in those bullets. Yeah, you certainly can. What Alex, I suspect, is trying to do here is work with aspiration, and work with a person's aspirations, and specifically speak with people's like dreams and their goals, and like talk about how to achieve them. Now, once you get into the specifics, like of the book, like turn to page 38, will you discover my, 3-rat system for writing copy that never dies, that, outlasts all of the competition or something like that. Like you want that to be a little bit more proximal to the actual offer itself. One thing that I've described before when it comes to bullet writing is I hear my babies coming. You want to have not vaguer, but like more broad bullets at the beginning and then move towards more specificity towards the end, if that makes any sense. I currently use the 9-step cheat code to earn well over 6 figures per year as a copywriter with only 3 years of experience. And I've used it throughout my career to get my clients crazy results. Results such as bringing a fledgling e-commerce brand from 0 to 1 million in revenue in under a year, earning this much money in 30 days for a coach selling info products, playing a key role in a campaign that generated $3.6 million in 5 days in SaaS. Those are the kinds of results clients pop bottles at the club over. Buying out whole sections. Get rid of the buying whole sections. Again, prune the bush. You already have this pop bottles at the club over. Like you're already relying on the reader, like knowing and understanding what the hell you're saying there, which not everybody is going to. Speaking in, rap music aspirations. Hopefully the reader understands what that means, but no guarantees. It's what makes them desperately chase you to come back and do more work for them. And copy isn't like just yet. And wrong whether you realize it or not, and it's not your fault. Hey, he said the thing. I'm not going to read the rest of this. The copy is fine. You just need to go through and prune it, dude. Like, I'm not going to be your line editor. Like, you're at the point where the idea is solid. The articulation of the idea is solid. What you really need to do right now is go through and mercilessly cut all the stuff that just doesn't belong. Scrape away everything from the putty that isn't a sculpture already. So that's what I would recommend there. Yeah, but all told, the copy is fine. Yeah, what you'll discover. Ready for e-commerce, I've laid out 19 full examples of everything you need to knock out any of those projects out of the park and impress your clients. Yeah, it's good. You've written good copy. Again, so far, solid B+. And like, I don't think it could ever be an A simply because you're writing and framing it in such a way that like, it's just not unique. It's an offer that has been made many, many times before. And so it's never going to be a breakthrough, this particular package, but it could sell well. You don't need to have like a breakthrough idea in order to sell well. Most copywriters have that misconception. And so like right now, the copy that you have is really solid. One thing would be just the bullets. All right, let me scroll down to some of these bullets and we'll go over a few of them. Part 2, the copywriting cheat code 9-word process. You don't attach a dollar amount. Well, don't attach a dollar amount to a section of the book. If you're going to give bonuses. Part 3, resources, $53 of value. Imagine like being sold a book and each chapter was given its own independent dollar value. It feels ridiculous. So, I wouldn't do that. Have the book have some dollar amounts, but give an actual dollar amount to each individual bonus. Like a workbook, all you need to do is go and look and see the cost of workbooks online. Worth $199. There you go. Now, all of a sudden, this $45 book that's being discounted to $2, like that feels valuable. But also, you get all this other stuff too. It's a no-brainer offer. Don't do this. Let's look over some of these bullets. Here's what you'll discover. How to extract the most powerful sales angles from your offer in 3 simple steps. Powerful copy means stellar reviews and retainer contracts. That's weak. That's weak. Either do something with that, change it, or get rid of it. How to use your competitors to almost guarantee a high conversion rate in your copy, right? High converting copy for any niche or industry with this. Find something more specific there. That's missing specificity. How a 6-figure copywriter conducts research. Discover the go, look, take strategy I use to find the best messages to use in my copy. That's fine. That's a good bullet. I would also emphasize conducts research that makes my copy stand out from the rest, or that makes my copy stand out from my competitors. Something along those lines. Can't find VOC for your niche. Page 84 reels 7 VOC rich place. This is running the problem of like, if you're speaking to newbie copywriters or even intermediate copywriters, not all of them are going to know what VOC is. So be careful with stuff like that. Can't find VOC for your niche. Page 84 reveals 7 VOC rich places where you were guaranteed to find the biggest pains, desires, or objections of your target audience. I would focus on that. Like, and I would change VOC rich places to like, you know, page 84, you know, can't find what your customers want, ? Page 84 reveals 7 hidden nooks in the internet where you're guaranteed to find these things. Here's a secret about long form copy. Nobody reads all of long form copy. The goal of long form copy, especially that's bullet driven, is to just give enough so that if people, as they're scrolling through, their eyes land on an individual thing, an individual bullet, an individual subhead, they are enticed to buy. That's why everything needs to be like dialed in, cranked up to 10. You can't be lazy about a single like inch of a long form piece of copy, like even more so than short form, because with long form, you have to anticipate the skimmers. So let's see. Here, I'm going to scroll through and pick some random ones. A lawyer's book you can use to activate your reader's deepest emotions. The empathy exercise inside gave me an edge over almost every copywriter I ever met. I'm guessing you're referring to another book. I would caution against selling or articulating this bullet in such a way that people feel like once they read the book, they're just going to have to buy another book. Do you see what I mean? Like, that's kind of fucked up. You know, don't do that. The most comprehensive book I've ever read about marketing strategy. Yeah, the same thing there. These 14 books had the biggest impact on my copywriting career. Yeah. I would reframe how you approach this section. You know, because we joke on Copy That about like, you know, it's so common for newbies to be like, oh, I need another book. I need another book. I need another book. But if you're buying something, if you're engaging in that covenant with a customer, like, you don't want to be like, hey, pay us and I'll tell you these other things you could pay for. No, don't do that. A free tool to fully plan and visually see every step of your customer journey. Your clients will think you're an absolute genius. Yeah, this one lacks usefulness of the use. Like, I'm trying to identify the specific use that these are missing. Write crystal clear copy. Throw your copy into this free word wizard on page 118, and it'll show you exactly how to simplify your writing. Yeah, that's not bad. Throw in the word free if it's a free tool. Watch out. bad design completely ruin your copy's conversions. Page 119 reveals the easiest way to take charge of your design decisions and guarantee the success of your copy. Yeah, not bad. Again, like most of these are just not bad. You just need to go through and you need to punch up. None of it's terrible. If you don't have a specific question for me about this, I don't know what else to tell you that I haven't told you or everybody else. Because again, most of this is working. You've done a good job. Like there's, of course, stuff you could do better, but some of it would involve having to completely restart from blank page. And I don't want to recommend that because I can see this working. I can actually see this page actually working. Just one. All right. What is the question? While I'm waiting for Alex to type out his question, how are you all doing? Should I remove some of the bullets and only keep the best ones? The answer is yes, but also you want to make sure that you have a lot of very strong bullets. If you look at any book offer or any book promotion, like it's going to be loaded with bullets on like 30, 40, 50 in a row. And so here's the thing. The fewer bullets you have, the better those bullets need to be. And you have to really think like life or death. You make the sale, you get to live. You don't make the sale, you get to die. Would you rather have more bullets of lesser quality to just increase your chances? Or do you want to have fewer bullets of higher quality? Yeah. That's the question that you got to answer yourself. But ultimately, what you want to do is you want to try to pare down to just what's working. So, but there's no problem with having a lot of bullets. There's no problem with it. I have a tendency to produce very, very long streams. Of course. Alex, good luck. Again, it's doing well. You just need to go through and do some line editing. Like the one thing that you don't want me paying attention to because you want me for like bigger conceptual shit. All right. So I'm going to move on. We are going to look at this piece of copy. Context. Oh God, that's a lot of text. How many actual submissions do I still have left? I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I got 5. All right. I got like 2 more left in me. I've got this and I've got Breezy's. And I only mentioned Breezy's because he's actually on the stream right now. And I want to make sure that his stamina is rewarded. All right. Context. This is an ebook sold by a podcaster who brings on clinical psychologists to talk about issues faced mostly by women 18 to 35 who are single or dating. This particular ebook is about the topic of anxious attachment while dating. An anxious attachment style is characterized by being overly fearful of rejection, especially while dating. For example, someone might overanalyze and overthink something said on a date and think to themselves, oh my God, that was so cringe. Why did I say that? I'm so awkward. They're probably going to ghost me even though I really enjoyed our date. Someone with this attachment style fluctuates between anxiety around feelings of abandonment and a calm state when they've received external validation to soothe their thoughts. Whew. The majority of the traffic comes from the podcaster's social media profiles, and they already likely know, like, and trust her. Many are just starting to become familiar with labeling something they've experienced for a long time. There is also a portion of people who just don't have access to a psychologist to work through these issues. Okay, social media profiles. So image, ebook cover. So this is a landing page. Yeah. It's a sales page or landing page for this particular guide. Got it. How to navigate and heal your anxious attachment style when dating. A 48-page PDF guide. Let me ask you guys this. All 11 of you who have made it this far, who have joined me on the climb up the Himalayas to join me along this. Do you wake up wanting a 48-page PDF guide? No. Nobody does that. That feels like work. How to navigate and heal your anxious attachment style when dating. It's very direct. Like, what I assume we are going to get in this guide is exactly this. But here's the thing. This falls into the same problem with the other copy that I've been talking about along the stream, which is that it's speaking directly to the problem. It's not speaking to what people are aspiring to or what people desire, what people want. And so what do people want? How to navigate and heal your anxious attachment style when dating? Like, nobody wakes up wanting that. I don't like anybody who has an anxious attachment style when dating. The problem that they have is not them going in their head, oh, I have an anxious attachment style. Well, I mean, if they're anxious, they might be feeling that. But really, what they're feeling is a desire to love and to be loved, to feel secure, to feel like they're valuable and worth being valued. They want to feel safe. So write your headline around that. Write your headline around what people want, not these imagined things that are so on the nose and so direct that people don't want. Write to what people want. Yeah, it doesn't activate a specific desire nor specific pain. Yeah, like there are certain products for which this kind of style of headline would work. And that's people that are already very aware of your business and aware of your product and aware of you, and like automatically just naturally want this. Like, for example, Goodyear tires. You don't need a whole lot of pain points or benefits in the headline. Everybody knows what a fucking tire is. So all you need to do is say, hey, buy 3 tires, get a 4th one free. You know, that kind of shit. That's the kind of stuff where you're speaking to people that are aware enough of the product that you can just say it. The risk you run when you talk about this is you're going to be talking to people that are familiar with this person, that understand what that is. And you're also going to be talking to people that aren't. And how alienating is it that people don't understand what this is if they encounter that? Some questions. Voice of character research will tell you how to show your reader what to show them, speak to the outcomes. Absolutely. Do these streams stay on the channel to come back, or they're gone once it's over? The vast majority of our streams stay on the streams. You can watch recaps or replays using the live tab. If you go to our channel, go to the live tab, and you'll see the replays of these that we've done in the past. There are only a few that we take down, and we do that for a reason. I'll be completely honest. I don't know if I have time for this right now, but what I want to do is I want to do a free, I want to write a sales letter for one of my other businesses, DIY Wealth. And that's another YouTube channel and stuff like that. And I had an idea for a sales letter that I want to start writing. And here's the thing. I'm an anti-process guy. I don't like strict, rigid processes or templates or formulas. I don't like them because I'm that woo-woo, discover ideas, sort of piece together, work in a very nebulous and sort of circuitous fashion. I'm a very frustrating person is what I'm trying to say. And so what I was thinking about doing was actually streaming an hour to 90 minutes every single day for, I don't know, a month, maybe about 8 weeks, and just recording my full, what it takes for me to write a full length sales letter for a financial product, possibly a book. And so I'm thinking about doing that. we would do those free live, but then take them down and then put the replays up in Patreon. That would be what that would be. So TBD on that. But I'm already telling you ahead of time, it's going to be a whole lot of me very quietly reading through scholarly articles and books. Me just sitting like this, thinking for an hour. Because that's my process. I don't talk while I'm writing, man. So it would be the most boring streams of all time. All right. Created by this person. Inside this guide, you'll discover the underlying biological reasons that make dating feel like a roller coaster and why it's not just in your head. 3 questions Dr. Terry Mack recommends you ask a potential partner to subtly vet them and avoid falling into the toxic, anxious, avoidant trap. How to stop self-sabotaging behaviors that make us feel better in the moment, but ultimately end up driving good partners away. How to identify and overcome the limiting core beliefs that may be preventing us from finding our person. Why intentionally triggering your anxious attachment style is better than avoiding it, plus a therapy-backed technique to regain control while building your self-esteem and self-worth. Each one of these bullets, you got to ask, like, okay, is it useful? 3 questions the doctor recommends you ask a potential partner to slowly vet them and avoid falling into the toxic, anxious avoidant trap. Listen, if I'm already familiar with the anxious avoidant trap, and I don't think that this copy is doing a good job of like reaffirming and re-explaining it, making sure that people are on the same page before getting into this stuff, that's a whole other bag of burritos. This does feel useful. So good job there. Is it ultra specific? Yeah, it feels that way. Is it urgent? No, doesn't need to be. Not every bullet needs to be urgent. Is it unique? I would say, yeah. You know, I've never encountered a tool that helps me vet somebody that would allow me to avoid a toxic, anxious, avoidant trap. Now, the question, once you've assessed it, you know, great. 3 out of 4 use, that gets an A in my opinion. But the question that you have to ask yourself is that, okay, have I prepared the reader enough to be excited about this stuff, to be enticed by this? And that, I don't know if the answer is yes. And I feel that way about all these bullets. As in, they're fine, theoretically and on paper, but also, like, am I intrigued? Do I know enough about each of these things that I would want the product to spend $20 on a product related to these things? I don't know if it's there yet. You know, part of that is like missing information. Like, again, you're talking to people that know this and don't know this. So that's going to be a thing, especially depending on where this lives. Like if people only could get to this page via email, like an internal email list where they are constantly being fed information about this particular thing, then yeah, I can see this working a little bit better. But if this is for social media pages, you're going to get a grab bag of people. So that's something to keep in mind. Another thing too is like you run the risk, again, self-sabotage. Here it comes again. You run the risk of making people feel like they are the ones at fault. So you got to be careful about that. Break free from the thoughts that turn silence into a source of anxiety. This is trying to be elegant, but it sacrifices clarity to do so. I don't know what it's actually saying. In this 48-page therapist-backed PDF, again, nobody wants a PDF. Call it a guide. Call it a dossier. Call it a special blueprint. Call it literally anything that isn't a PDF. And 48 pages, like, only bring up that detail to mention, like, either that it's a quick read or that it's, you know, provides a hefty amount of information. Because, you know, again, I'm not chomping at the bit to read 48 pages about anxious avoidance. to help you overcome your anxious attachment style so you can end the cycle of doubt and turn dating into a positive, healthy experience. The PDF includes the role neuroplasticity plays an anxious attachment style. Hold on. I'm guessing this is just 3 different pages to test. Or is this a continuation? Is the person who wrote this in the chat? I promise I won't scold you. All right. Here's why we ask for context. Like, when I read this, I understand that you've done research into the thing, but here's some very basic stuff that I don't know. Are you trying to test 3 different pages for the same thing? Because that is a completely different bag of burritos. Or is this just like a landing page with multiple CTAs? So like this is like the header. This is the second section. I just don't know. I don't know what this is trying to be. Like, there is clarity in terms of like, okay, there's a CTA here. This is an H2. This PDF includes. Again, if you're going to do an H1s or H2s, like actually use keywords, actually use like semantically dense stuff. You know, the ultimate guide to handling your anxious attachment style when dating includes. There you go. Now it has some of that SEO juice, and you've tagged it appropriately as a result. The role neuroplasticity plays. A deep dive into the 5 phases of your attachment cycle and how to put an end to the self-sabotaging pattern. Why your unique hormonal activity can determine your attachment style and the role of your mother and the role your mother's pregnancy could have played in your anxious attachment. Again, the question that I have about some of these bullets is, are they useful? And if they are useful, are they enticing? Do they make me want, like, am I super interested in knowing this? That's a question that only you can answer because you've done the demographic research. I'm leaning towards no right now, but you might know better than me if you know this demo better than me. Gain clarity and break the exhausting cycle of anxious attachment with psychology-backed diagrams, self-reflection exercises, and more. Again, I just don't know if that's what people want. I just don't know if that's what people want to put $20 towards. This guide helps you navigate anxious attachment too. Like, again, we have not defined what anxious attachment is yet here. We don't have a recap of it. We don't know what it is. I don't know what it really actually is. Swap the dread of dating with the excitement of potentially finding a healthy, secure relationship. Take your time getting to know someone and building helps you navigate anxious attachment to take your time getting to know someone and build a connection rather than constantly worrying how much they're into you. That's a little confusing. This guide helps you navigate anxious attachment to say goodbye to constantly picking up your phone and wondering when or if they'll apply. So this guide helps you navigate saying goodbye to picking up your phone. That doesn't feel like it makes sense. This guide helps you navigate anxious attachment to enjoy time apart in between dates instead of worrying if they've ghosted you. Again, make sure grammatically everything sort of makes sense. Like, build the resilience and self-confidence to cope with unavoidable negative experiences while dating. It feels too professional for the topic. It should really invest more in the idea and give examples from indirect voice of customer to make it relatable. I think that's the big thing too, where it's like, it feels very sterile. It feels like it makes me wonder if the person who wrote this actually experienced or experiences anxious attachment, or if they've known anybody that's done this, or if they just went through the book and like, you know, cherry picked some details, or because like this, constantly picking up your phone and wondering if they will reply. Listen, if you want the perfect example of what that actually looks like on the page, read the short story Telephone by Dorothy Parker. It is available for free. It is short, and guess what? It is a provocative and evocative and very detailed example of what anxious attachment looks like spelled out and evoked better than you ever could write. And so look at that example and tell me like, oh crap, like this is a problem. Now imagine imagine this copy, instead of it had some bullets, but then it actually had a section where instead of going straight into the PDF and the offer, it actually tried to evoke one of the problems it's trying to describe. He's not calling again. The phone is sitting there dead. You check it for the 30th time tonight. That's evocative. Like that puts a person into the things that that trigger their stresses. It holds a dirty mirror up to them. That's what the A in PAS is supposed to do. So, yeah. My big issue with this is that the copy it feels lifeless. It feels sterile. It doesn't feel evocative. It just feels, like I don't understand what's gripping me with this. And I imagine this could be a lot better if it actually takes the time to coach a person and hold their hand through what anxious attachment looks like and the problems that it causes. So that's my opinion on that. This is the last one that I can get to. I'm losing my mind here. I'm done. I'm sure you can hear my voice. That's the COVID that's left over. So this is the last one that I can do. And then everybody else, I love you. I'm sorry. I tried. I made a promise and I didn't keep it. So 1, 2, 3 of you are going to have to wait at least a week. But all right. So what's the context for this? Prospect saw a Facebook Google ad about a CRM specifically designed for realtors. They clicked the ad. Prospect landed on this landing page about a CRM that is specifically for realtors. Okay. Now this is the so Breezy, explain. Did you write this, or is the person that you're working with they want to know if this is good? Tell me more about this. I'm assuming that you were the one who posted this, and I appreciate you being considerate. If you see this, you must stay longer. If not, I'm leaking your OnlyFans pics. Damn. It looks like my bare ass, balls, and back are going to make their way onto the internet. Okay. Wouldn't be the first time. All right. Realtors, effortlessly pilot your dream clients into a new home. Hey, we have copy that's aspirational, that speaks to outcomes. Huzzah. All right. And we're going to zoom in a little bit, or do our best to do so. Wash away the fear of database management with Brivity, the real estate CRM solution top producing realtors are using to reach out. I would reconsider the wording of this. Wash away the fear of database management with Brevity. Just speak to, again, you have lots of pages and lots of space to talk about database management. I'm going to use a pun here. You don't want to waste your real estate on getting away the fear of database management with Brivity here. simplify your life with brevity, or reach more people with brevity, enhance your sales and conversions with brevity, etc. Speak to the outcome that people actually have. The real estate CRM solution top producing realtors are using to reach out, nurture, and convert more business on autopilot. How about this? Simplify your life with brevity, or use simplify your life as a cliche. So find some replacement for that effectively says the same thing. With brevity, the tool that top producing realtors use to reach out, nurture, and convert more business on autopilot. That's it. There you go. Just simplify it. Just pare down, trim the bush a little bit. So test pilot for free. Yeah. Simplify your life is perfect. Directly the outcome. Yeah. You can either use those terms or use something else. Get in on the secret weapon. Get in on the secret weapon thousands that best performing realtors and teams are using to skyrocket their daily success in real. That's a confusing sentence. Rewrite that. Take care. Be well. I will talk to you soon. So long. Okay. We got some, Remax, Compass. Okay. We got some social proof here. Imagine never forgetting to follow up on a lead ever again. Rapid fire text notifications. The second one thing I would want to see played around with there, imagine never forgetting to follow up on a lead ever again. I think that's a problem that some people have, but with copywriting, you kind of have to weigh like the objections people have, the desires that they have, and like sort of like sift through and be like, all right, what do they want the most? What is going to be the most enticing? Thank you very much. I appreciate you. Thank you. And by that, I mean, like, if you had to choose between offering somebody a solution to forgetting to follow up on a lead versus automating the process of following up on leads so that people have more time to actually focus on the thing that they want to do, which is selling. Well, hey, that is, two completely different ball games right there. And I imagine you're probably going to get more traction with the automation angle rather than the, hey, just don't forget to follow up with the people, things like that. The second a lead hits your CRM, you'll know. Here's the thing. Yeah, it's automating, autopiloting, going for a deeper desire. That's, I think, the key there. Another thing, too, is like, yes, this is marketing software that you're selling, but I'm always very suspicious. I'm not saying it doesn't work. I'm always very suspicious of copy that uses terms like CRM, that uses terms like lead, that uses terms like conversion. I don't want to be too flippant, but like, that's our word. You watching this and me speaking, like, that's our word. Normies, even salespeople, they don't always share that language. And language, again, if a person doesn't know what something means, they get confused, and a confused mind does not buy. And so the moment that you are requiring somebody to know what a CRM is in order to simply advance through your copy is the moment that you lose some people. I'm sorry. Even people that need a CRM, they're going to be like, what the fuck is this? And then click off. So that's something that you need to keep in mind. Those words also don't get the juices flowing. Yes. Discover conversion insights that matter. Client behavior and interests are tracked. So here, I'm going to rewrite this sentence. rather than client behavior and interests are tracked, why not just say brevity tracks client behavior and interests so that you can match the right buyer with the right home, period. So, I think that would be stronger. And all I did there was make the benefit more direct and also get rid of passive voice. Are attract is passive voice. You can always identify passive voice by seeing some version of the verb to be is are, am, was, were, etc. and some other verb framed in as the past participle. So are tracked. That's a clear indicator of passive voice. You fix that by saying the software, Brevity, tracks. And now, what do you get from that? It's more direct, it's simpler, it's clearer. And guess what? You get a chance to re-mention the name of the product again so it sticks in people's minds. There you go. Eagle eye advantage, the competition wishes they had. Your clients will see more with the sky-high advantage you've given them, spotting any home that pops on or off the market in the blink of an eye. Seamlessly keep clients in the know the second something enters the market that may be of interest to them. Okay. I know what you're trying to say there. I want you to write, and then I want you to look at what you've written and go, how can I say the same thing more powerfully, but with 40% fewer words? And I want you to do that for all of your copy from now on. Every single sentence you ever write from now on. How can I write this more powerfully with 40% fewer words? And that's it. Listen, hey, I see you. That's advice for you too. Every single person watching this, all 10 people and 5 bots. A smattering of NPCs in there. No, I don't want to use that. I actually think that's incredibly a rude thing to call people. I don't want anybody to think that they're an NPC or treat anybody as such. Write something down and then try to think of how can I write this more powerfully with 40% fewer words. Copy is all about compression, compressing as much evocation and persuasion into as small a space as possible. That includes long form too, by the way. Indulge your pipeline in the buffet of leads. You are trying to be cute and clever here, and I don't like it. Be clear first. Be clear first. And then cuteness and cleverness will arise as a result, naturally. Indulge your pipeline in the buffet of leads that will start flowing into your business. So it's a pipeline, something that conveys water, but it's also a buffet, something that's full of food that will start flowing. We're back to pipeline again. I've been doing this for nearly 5 hours, man. Like, you can't do this. You can't drop this shit on me. It doesn't make any sense. Focus on clarity first. Don't be cute. Adding a new leg of, we got pipelines, buffets, pipelines that are flowing, and now we have legs as well. Be careful of your metaphors, guys. Adding a new leg of lead generation doesn't have to be overwhelming. Again, feast your pipeline in a flow of leads that will engorge your business. Thanks. I hate it. Relax, because the user-friendly UI us realtors have built out for you realtors is so simple to reread your copy and rewrite it to be simpler and cleaner. Skyrocket your GCI with precision. What the fuck is a GCI? Goddamn cockamamie idiots. That's what GCI stands for. Bask in the countless hours you'll save. Hey, that's good. Quickly scan your team's highlights and navigate how tasks are done. Manage buyers and sellers appropriately by assigning team members certain tasks that can be measured. One thing that I think you're doing well here is every now and again you have like a strong bullet that's very aspirationally driven. You get that. Um, you understand that. But you got to be careful with the jargon. You got to be careful with the flowery language because that's where you're losing me. Everything else is good. You have a strong sense of like how copy works. You understand persuasion. Now you have to focus on like function and line editing, making things as powerful as possible with as few words as possible. So that is the advice that I have for you. Does that make sense? Is there anything specific that you have for me, Breezy, that you would like me to talk about? I assume the answer is no. All 15 of you. Epic. Really makes sense. Good. Clean up your copy. That's you are now at the easy part of the job. Where like you get the bigger shit. Now it's on to the hard, like the tedious shit. The fact that you mentioned I understand the idea, I need to work on the alignment. Yeah, listen. The idea is strong. You've moved past the value editing phase. Now it's about putting things in the right places, in the right order, and then making sure things are as like succinctly phrased as powerfully as possible. So, very good. I think that is all I can do tonight. So, I'm going to end with another fucking thing that I promise. I need to stop promising people anything. Like, just never do it again. Can you clarify the different perspectives at play when working on either an established product versus an unknown product when doing market research? The answer is yes. When you are working on an established product, one of the things that you are going to find is that people have already started talking about your product. The people have already begun having a broader conversation about what the product is, what the product does, what the product looks like. Yeah. Sean, if you don't like us, leave. If you do, keep going. Okay, I'm going to keep going a little bit longer. I want to at least pass the 5-hour mark. When you have a product that's out there, you can just look at what people are saying about it, and you can use that to inform how you frame stuff. But if you're launching a new product, you don't get the benefit of that. And so what you have to do is you have to actually look at like what your competitors are doing. You have to look at what similar products are doing. And if you have a product that's like completely new, you have to like look at the problems that it solves that your competitors do not. It's so rare, and in fact, I would say borderline impossible for you to find a product that doesn't have a competition of some sort. And so when you are trying to write for a completely new product, really what you want to understand is what people aspire to or the problems that people are trying to solve with it. When it comes to a product that's already established, you want to clarify and emphasize what makes that product different from what already exists, or you want to spell out some point of uniqueness that hasn't been spelled out before. That's what you want to do. I hope, I pray, I really hope that helped. I'm not going to make it to 5 hours. I'm going to go eat. I'm so hungry. I have like a trade alert that I need to do and a bunch of like I have things to film. Oh man. The business, it never ends. All right. I have a few people that I did not get to, but I did my best. is not having any competition a bad sign? Again, lots of competition means that a product is vetted. In all likelihood, you are never going to be writing in a space where there's no competition. Everything is competing for attention or sales or whatever. But one thing that you might encounter along the lines is if there's a product or an idea that doesn't really have a lot of people that are really engaging in that space or talking about it, well, there might be a reason for that. And it might be because there's just a graveyard of previously failed products that just never got off the ground using the same idea. So that's something to keep in mind. Love you too. First money from copywriting, definitely going to Patreon. Love your work, guys. Hey, we love you too. We're doing this kind of stuff for you. And so I guess it should end with a CTA. Hey, if you want me to suffer through another 5 hours of critiquing your copy and giving you life advice and dating advice and other related marketing and copy and career advice, and also stories, I guess, and also meta analyses of like why we run our business this way, hey, you can submit copy by becoming a member of patreon.com/thecopythatshow. We have a ton of other stuff too that is designed to make your life better. When it comes to copywriting, obviously we can't make you a better or kinder person, but hey, becoming a better copywriter can't hurt that. Maybe it'll make it worse. Oh God, we should scrap this whole business. Oh fuck, I'm spiraling. As Rod says, join Patreon or Sean will be sad forever. Just that right there. Again, the way that we do our business is we don't want you to spend money that you don't have on stuff that you don't need. So again, if you feel like we have stuff that can help you, join. If you have the money, join. If you don't, that's why we do this stuff, the free stuff. You can learn indirectly from other people and their mistakes and also their triumphs. I'm losing my fucking mind. So I'm just going to leave. Goodbye, everybody. Have a lovely night. Get better at copy and go make that money. Take care.